All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Just had to get myself a beverage. It was the one thing I forgot to do before we got started with our little stream. Voice was a little parched. I've done a lot of talking today. Haven't done quite this much talking in one day in quite some time, but I figured it would be fun to get together here and try out a little after show since we had such a fun time with the debate today. And I did actually have a blast, and I'm really thankful to James and, of course, the modern day debate community for giving me a chance, because I had sent out quite a few messages and emails to certain, theologians, scholars, YouTube channels, certainly ones much larger than me, just figuring, maybe someone would give me the chance to come on and, give my opinion or my perspective, or even just let me do an interview. And it's been really hard. And I understand. I mean, a lot of people are busy. They have a lot going on, especially, a lot of these people in ministries. I certainly don't hold them against them. I'm a tiny channel, but I had a real difficult time getting anyone in the YouTube universe or social media universe to give me the time of day. And James here at Modern Day Debate was just nothing but kind and accommodating, and happy to give me a shot to come on and have a discussion and debate, which I was really looking forward to, especially in some type of formal type of structure, because I've never done that before. Never had any type of, formal type of structured debate. At most, Discord conversations or text conversations, which usually don't end up going too many places. So I was really happy to get this chance today and to do this, and to also get a little bit of exposure. So it was a lot of fun. I actually did have a blast. I did send the invitation to John Maddox, my debate partner, to come in, and he did send a text message that he was intending to stop in. So if I see him pop into back studio, we'll go ahead and let him in and be able to give some of our critique and ideas. He might have even wanted to go through some of the comments, because honestly, some of the comments in this video already, like, you can almost, I think in some ways you can almost tell if you've done something relatively effective in your debate tactics, is that the other side will almost feel compelled to have to share their opinion on the matter and reach it. And I don't think I think that there's a bit of desperation in their attempt to kind of cling to the idea that their atheist partners did a little better than they did, but they were just evasive and dodging and moving around. And I think it showed. I think for anyone trying to dissect the debate rationally or objectively, would kind of see that they really didn't want to address any of our points at all, didn't want to even fess up to any type of explanation, answer, or understanding of this incredible fine-tuning and complexity in our universe. To them, it's just an irrelevant component. And to me, it's evidence of something. And I would love to hear, some of the atheists tell me what they think it's evidence of, if it isn't evidence of incredible fine tuning. Oh, looks like we got Mr. John here. Let's bring him in. Hello, sir.
Hey, man, what's going on? How you doing?
How's it going, man?
There.
No. You're good. You're good. I was just doing a little introduction and introducing people to my thoughts on the day and stuff. Why don't you go ahead and take the chance? I've been doing it for about 5 minutes. How do you think it went?
Oh man, I thought it was very interesting, to be honest. Not in the way that I expected. Yeah, you probably mentioned this already, but it felt like there was categoric refusal to actually address any of our arguments.
Full dodging is what I said, but yes, yeah, pretty much exactly what I said.
I mean, I've never heard that many times two people argue that no evidence has been presented when you and I's opening statements were nothing but elements of evidence that we were presenting to be in support of our position.
Exactly.
I'm like, what else?
It's kind of like they just get to sit there and say, not evidence, not evidence, not evidence. Well, then if you're going to play that game, then you better define evidence. And if you don't want to do that, what are we doing here?
Yeah, it was definitely strange. I mean, I enjoyed it. I had a great time.
Me too. Man.
I greatly enjoyed having you as a partner. It was a heck of a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We were
too, man.
Playing off of each other and
loved it.
Doing, supporting each other's strengths and weaknesses. It was great. But yeah, like I said, it was interesting for sure. And the biggest piece, and I kind of talked about this offline. The biggest piece for me was that, like so many of debates I've had, you and I both watched, the atheists don't actually want to have discussions of whether or not their position is accurate. They only want to try and poke holes in religion.
Exactly.
And never consider whether or not the foundational premise of a religion, which is theism, is a remotely reasonable conclusion.
Exactly.
I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but to me, that seemed like the very, everything we experienced.
Get so triggered, and you even saw it in the comments and the chat. In fact, I watched a few parts of the chat a little bit earlier while I was skimming through it, and they're so. It's just an interesting dynamic that they want to just make this constant claim of no evidence, no evidence, no evidence. And when you try to present it, when you try to give it, it's just a constantly moving goalpost. And then when you try to at least meet them on some common, honest, philosophical ground of saying, okay, give me something that I can go off of then, of your interpretation of what this data actually means. And they refuse to do so. They don't want to go down that road, and it blows my mind how they can just basically take all of this incredible evidence of just an intelligence beyond anything we could possibly even recollect or even quantify in our minds. That this type of incredible non-temporal intelligence that clearly had forethought in its design and intention. It's just mind-boggling that they will refuse all of the evidence pointing to it. And then you say, okay, if this isn't good enough, what is? And then they start crying, burden shifting. Oh, it's so cringy when theists burden shift. Yeah, because you don't like it. You don't want to ever have to propose an idea of your own. You know why? Because you're an ideological vacuum. You have nothing to contribute to intellectual thought or society other than trying to negate all the assertions of those around you. You are not virtuous. You are not noble. You are not the intelligentsia of society. You are just the position of the infinite nuh-uh.
And the irony of that is they whine and complain when we accuse them of moving the goalpost, while refusing to even
give us
where the goalpost is.
Exactly.
I mean, the religion is BS guy, when you called him out on this, his response was literally, I don't know what would convince me. I mean, if that's not the most nebulous goalpost of all time, I don't know what is. So you are asserting that any position that I take will never anything I present will never meet your burden of proof.
Exactly.
Well, then what's the point of us actually even trying to frame this as a intellectual discourse and a real, hey, here's my evidence, what's your counter, why is it false, why is mine true, back and forth, if you're going to just say that every single word that comes out of my mouth is false because you don't believe that it could possibly be true.
Yeah, exactly. And there was a moment we were in danger of going down a path of me having to pitch a whole series of moral justifications, and I apologize for that, by the way, because I wasn't intending to do that. It's just the natural part of my response to the atheist challenge of, can God do anything? I mean, he can't do anything that is illogical for power, and he can't do anything immoral. So that's just always how I have to specify it. And I know that almost ended up shoehorning in the moral component, which I want to have. And I know the atheists think I was cowardly by not wanting to defend the Christian God or have that argument, but it's just that wasn't the debate.
Well, absolutely. And the funny part for me, I was reading through some of the comments and stuff as well. And the irony for me in that whole supposed counter of why we somehow lost because we refused to go down a theological debate when we're discussing a totally, anyway, what gets me about that whole supposed you guys lost and presented no evidence attempted frame shift they're trying to pull off, it's like you're just glossing over the fact that your supposed winners on the atheist side literally produce no argument. I mean, I don't know what else to say in this context of okay, I guess I lost.
If you are going to take a stance, like, and this is the thing, it's not like they're taking the stance that it could be anything including God. They're taking the stance it could be anything but God. And that is the atheistic stance. Like, I need to have evidence of a God before I believe it could be a God. Why can't you just believe it could be a God? And here's some solid evidence why. It's they constantly want to, I guess, remove the possibility of any type of deductive argument. And anytime you give them evidence inside a deductive model, they just say, nope, not evidence. Like they're so scared of you to use it, it seems.
Well, and I think that also leads to their the ongoing, and I see it so much. It was again, of course, in super chat and comments during the debate or after the debate of atheists have no burden of proof. You are literally stating your position is there is no God and there is no evidence for God. That is a position.
Yeah.
You are not only stating that, you are also claiming that none of the things that I present as evidence can possibly be considered evidence. That is a position, and you have to defend that position.
Agreed.
Especially when you are directly confronted with, in a formal debate setting, where that's the entire topic.
Exactly.
Like, if I'm presenting evidence, you can't just say, not evidence.
And it's like the atheists are ignorant of what we were actually doing when the tactics were so blatantly clear at the beginning. Right before, did we not say this? We were on the phone, John, we were on the phone talking for a while before this debate happened. And did we not say, you know what, these atheists aren't going to argue our points. They're going to try to cornhole us into a Christian morality debate. Did we not say that?
100%.
And is that not exactly what he tried to do with his very opening statement, both of them, instead of actually addressing our points? We see, this is the problem. Even when we fight in intellectual honesty to try to keep the atheists on point to our arguments, to actually engage with us on level ground, they don't want to. And then when they dodge, they accuse us of dodging. It's astounding. I mean, the cognitive dissonance here is just staggering.
Well, something I was thinking about in this, in regards to what you're referring to right there, is I feel like they are quite literally and probably subconsciously projecting their own mindset onto us. Of, well, this is what we are doing, therefore this must be what they are doing.
Agreed.
And I think the more I engage in these debates, as well as kind of review comments and live chats and different things, I'm like, wow, the things I'm being accused of are not figuratively, but literally what is being presented as supposed opposition to my argument.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
it's the direct antithesis. I'm like,
Exactly.
what? And yet you're claiming I'm the one doing this when I'm literally presenting. Like the what cracks me up is in context of like on the scientific side of, and Michael even attempted to do this at one point. You know, you present evidence, you show citations that support your argument, and then they demand that you show a citation. What's your source? I'm like, I don't know. I just showed you like 5.
I saw, you know, what's so funny? I saw it in the chat. One of the comments came up. I need a source for the dime example anecdote. I'm like, dude, it's actually basic astrophysics. This is basic astrophysics that people know, that the density, the matter density in the universe is specifically fine-tuned. Like, this is not some like hidden, bizarre, like difficult knowledge to find out. Like, the fact that an atheist is sitting there who has stated, I reject the claims of God, and yet he's ignorant of that even basic cornerstone of astrophysical fine-tuning, that is amazing.
It really is, and it was cracking me up when I was after the debate. I was looking at some of the comments that were being put in. The portion where I was describing the temporal controls of different facets of cellular biology,
right?
I was accused of spewing word salad. And I'm just sitting. I was cracking up.
It's because they couldn't get it. You know, it's because they couldn't get it. It was over their heads. And you know what? The arguments, especially when you got to the temporal logic gates, I was like, dude, amazing.
Well, you know, I agree with you on the probably going over their heads, but I'm just like, I am okay. If I'm spewing word salad,
right,
then the guys who have written the PhD level, or they have the PhD qualifications, who have published them, which are my sources, then I don't know what you described their language, because the way they describe it is way more complicated and way more detailed than what I was describing.
Exactly.
I mean, talk about some word salad. If what I was saying was word salad, then this is like a freaking buffet salad with a whole boatload, you know, every, you know, salad dressing you can imagine. And to me, I mean, it's like, we didn't even get into epigenetics. I mean, anyway,
well, you know,
all those things. I'm like, if this, you're claiming I don't know what I'm talking about,
right,
when I can go and have a conversation with a PhD in this, and there is not a single thing I said in the debate that they would not agree with, other than whether or not a intelligent agent is the source.
Right.
That's the only, not what is actually occurring and what is required. It's what the source is. That's the only aspect of differentiation between the arguments I made versus what the atheist, biochemist, or geneticist would argue.
Right.
That's the only differentiation, not whether or not what I said is true.
Absolutely.
That's what gets me. Same thing with your comments you're making about astrophysics. It's like, you know, there's paper, or not just papers, but there's books. There's 500-page books written on this. You do realize that, right? I mean,
well, and you know what's sad is, even in my opening, I did reference a paper by astrophysicist Dr. Hugh Ross, and actually quoted him for the flatness of the universe. They didn't notice that. I don't even know if many of them were even paying attention to my opening.
No, I don't think they were. But the thing is that even though Hugh Ross is, he's a creationist, you know, they drop all the
I mean, I don't
and they just
subscribe to everything, but I do respect the man, and he's got some solid philosophy.
Oh no, I agree.
Yeah, I do think he reads into scripture a little, reads science into scripture a little too much, and I'm comfortable with at times. But other than that, I like a lot of his stuff.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't agree with everything he says either. But the point I'm making is that the atheist, by default, because he is a Christian, therefore, whatever his argument is, whether or not it is completely substantiated and agreed upon by his peers,
right,
they immediately dismiss as being untrue. But the irony for me is that even the most staunch atheists, astrophysicists and and all that, they will agree with the point you were making. Like, basically, nobody disagrees with all of the
I was just drawing
the anthropic principles.
Yeah,
I mean, agree that they exist.
Yeah, I gave the data that is just really honestly, even kind of regular, just basic level astrophysical data. Okay. And then I postulated the conclusion I don't see how these variables, all these variables, 200 plus of them in the universe, solar system, planetary, all of these coming together in perfect synergy, all requiring very, very narrow thresholds of alignment in order for us to even be here at all to have this conversation, to me, is plenty of scientific validation, verified evidence to there being some type of intelligence that set it this way. It doesn't make sense any other way. Even our atheist friends, what did he say? Well, the universe is just fine-tuned for black holes. Well, no, clearly you didn't pay attention to my opening. If it was fine-tuned for black holes, we would have just one dime size larger amount of matter, and then your statement would be correct. But we don't. We have this exact, specific, fine-tuned threshold, which you are now still refusing to answer.
Yeah, and when you go, the cosmological fine-tuning aspects get very interesting,
very complex and interesting. Yes,
and
yes.
to me, and I apply this exact same analogy to abiogenesis as well. But when you really kind of contemplate just from a odds perspective, they love to use it's a bazillion cornered dice, therefore it's possible. And it's like no. This is like saying that in order to win the lottery, you have to pick 1,000 numbers simultaneously in the correct order, 35 on 35 different tabs at the same time. You can't be out of order. They have to be in perfect order, and they all have to be picked simultaneously.
Mm-hmm.
And then somebody won. Mm-hmm. What would your first response be? I would say the logical conclusion is they cheated.
Right.
There is no way that a person could ever pick 1,000 numbers simultaneously on 200 different lottery stubs.
I would say someone
in the correct order.
The dice. Someone must have fixed the dice. Where's the intelligent agent that fixed the dice? And that's what I would say. Somebody
rigged the dice. It's like, okay, so for the existence of the universe, that's what we're talking about.
Right.
Then when you get into abiogenesis, and the ultimate irony is that the variables that we're talking about for the fine-tuning of the universe are so astronomical. I mean, it's like,
it's unbelievable. It really is mind-blowing. It truly is mind-blowing.
My lottery analogy is like not even close to being, truly substantial enough to actually and it's the same thing when you get to abiogenesis. It's like, okay, you guys try to break it down. Some RNA formed, all this kind of stuff. It's like, okay, cool. So simplest form of life. For just the DNA, you need, and this is agreed upon, no less than 500,000 base pairs, 100% of them in the correct order. You need proteins that can transcribe this information, and you need the nanomachine, which is the ribosome, in order to execute it. Like that's the bare minimum just on the information side. However, chemically, they all agree this couldn't actually occur unless you had the lipid bilayers, which create the cellular walls.
Right.
So that boils down to you have to have a safety room that has all of the equipment you need inside of it, and it all has to pop into existence at the same time through an undirected process. I mean, oh wait, hang on. But that's before you account for all of the wiring and, and you just extrapolate this out. And it's interesting to me. It's very often left out in the true, like intellectual or the intelligent design versus, random chance abiogenesis arguments is, we get so consumed with DNA, RNA, proteins that we forget that there are literally thousands of other chemicals that are also required for life to exist. That all have to be working in continuity. And it's like, okay, so the chances of this happening by chance or without an undirected process for just those, the basic three is like considered basically zero.
Right.
Before you tack on another 1,000 variables. Which is why I make the argument of like, no, it is not the fact that it is just not logical, plausible, or probable. This is impossible.
Absolutely.
To occur. And the irony
Absolutely.
for me, I know we'll probably watch this as we dive into the debate a little bit.
Oh
but
yeah, and we should watch some of it. By the way, I'm going to cue it up because we should do that. But go ahead, go with your thought.
Well, the point I was going to make was that at some point in there, I forget where in the debate I brought this up. I'm like, if you agree that the technology that enables us to have this conversation could not exist by chance,
right,
and it's impossible to have occurred without an intelligent agent, why then is something that is exponentially more complicated, whether it be the fine-tuning of the universe or the existence of life, why then is it your conclusion that also is not impossible to exist without an intelligent agent?
Right.
And I don't understand how these do not directly compare, and why you agree with me on one side, but then say my argument on the other is absolutely categorically not evidence for a creator.
Why is it insane to be asking the atheists to give us a better idea than what we're presenting? That they're just I mean, really, honestly, if you were to break down our arguments to their absolute lowest common denominator, weren't even really necessarily arguing for the existence of a God. We were really arguing for the existence of just a supreme intelligence or divine intelligence beyond this space that at least had enough power to create the universe and to direct it in a certain way. So, I mean, it seems like they really, really wanted to constantly cornhole the argument in a direction other than just answer us. Just deal with our arguments. Just give us something from your perspective to go off of that helps us understand this. Because looking at all these incredibly specific, fine-tuned metrics in our cosmology and all of the incredible artistic nuance and design in our biochemistry, this leads one to believe in some type of intelligence. And if you don't believe that, if you've ended up citing on the contrary, I think you should be expected to be giving a good reason why. Don't you agree?
Well, I mean, in any other context, yes. I mean, 100%. I mean, obviously, in this context, I also agree. But I mean, in any other context, you would be considered an idiot if you refuse to do so. You're either you're an ignorant fool, you're out of your depth, or you're in a categoric state of denial. Like, there's no other. In any other context, what you just said would be considered 100% reasonable.
Right.
Yeah. It's very ironic.
Yeah. Well, let's maybe let it play for a little bit. I don't know if we can see or read the chat. Like, I mean, can you on your screen? Because my whole idea was here to have like the chat play, but if the chat isn't invisible, then I don't care.
The chat should go into live replay mode while you're playing.
No, it will. I just want to make sure it's like visible and readable on the screen, I guess.
Let me check.
I think. Oh boy, no, that's not it.
Why don't you go into yours in StreamYard, right? Yeah.
I'm in StreamYard. Yeah.
Yeah. Switch the template layout to full screen for the video.
Okay. Like that.
No, I'm saying if we want to be able to visibly see the live chat. I'm saying like you can remove you and I's icons off the left, and I think you can make the.
Thanks. Yeah. No.
I think you can make screen share like the full.
No, you can. Thank you. I've just never done that before, but yes, you're right. There we go. That's the one. Okay. Is the live chat going to work? Oh, it looks like it will. Okay. Is my volume on? Yes. Okay. Let's see if we can move this.
We have many more debates coming up. So, for example,
can you hear it okay on your side?
Screen,
yeah, I'm hearing it.
Matt Dillahunty and Randall Rouser will be teaming up with their respective teammates, namely Tom Jump and Samuel
This was fun, man. So really, seriously, thank you, John. I enjoyed doing this
Friday.
with you, man.
So it was awesome. I enjoyed it so much.
I'm going to this big quickly. Want to let you know we've got all of the speakers' links in the description. So that way, if you're listening and you're like, I like that.
Something funny in live chat that Brenda says James needs to go shave.
A fairly flexible format. We're going to have about 12 minutes.
I like it when James looks rugged. Actually, I think it's kind of nice and manly. It takes a little bit of the soy edge off of him. I can't help myself. I love James. I love James. Seriously, I got nothing but love for James.
It makes it easier for me to catch every single question to add to the list. Not only that, but do want to mention super chats are also an option if you do.
Say something that was cracking me up. James is always asking me to be on camera, so I had my camera.
You
on
had
today,
your camera on,
and he never took off the I was cracking up.
That was funny.
Oh,
I didn't realize that until I came to like walk after that, and I'm like, dang, I was on camera this whole time. And didn't have me on camera, and all the people in chat have been always
Even
complaining about me
complained.
not.
No,
I
he
wanna say
complained
thanks so much
before
to
you
our
got
guests,
there. He's
though,
like,
gentlemen. We
I'm
really
thinking
appreciate
about us
all four of
eventually
you being
requiring
here. It's a real
cameras.
pleasure to have
And he doesn't put you
Beautiful.
on
Thank
there.
you, James. I assume it's off to me then.
You betcha.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Well, before I begin my actual argument, I would just like to begin with some sincerest thanks to all the parties present tonight. I want to extend my thanks to the modern day debate community and
I was
James
pretty
himself,
happy with
of course,
this
for
opening,
giving me the
actually.
opportunity to participate in my first
Like
public
altogether.
debate/discussion. I want to give thanks to my partner, Mr. John Maddox, for being so friendly and accommodating and agreeing to partner with me tonight while we discuss this very important topic. I also extend thanks to our atheist opponents today, not just for their appearance, and for this discussion, but by constantly challenging the perspectives and beliefs of theistic worldviews, keeping them from intellectual stagnation and shallow-minded interpretations. Where we were once iron, through your fiery challenges, we are tempered into steel. So thank you for that. And finally, sincerest thanks to the audience that finds this video. You prove through the clicking on and viewing of this video alone that you have an interest in the deeper meanings of life and the various perspectives of other worldviews. You are motivated to learn and push yourselves in the pursuit of knowledge and personal improvement. You are truly wonderful people, and I know so because you have chosen to be here to listen. All right, so with that said, allow me to present the groundwork of my argument, which will open for my partner to give his perspective for the evidence of not just an incredible power beyond the universe, but also an intelligence beyond three-dimensional comprehension or quantification. We intend to present the argument today that even to indulge the denial of this extraordinary evidence is to engage in pure intellectual dishonesty and irrational religious dogmatic sophistry. Atheists tend to vainly grasp at any abstract philosophy or unsubstantiated model of the origin of the universe solely because they think it gives justification for non-theistic conclusions. But they must also ignore a mountain of evidence to the contrary in order to do so. While I wish I could and had the time to collect the references, a 6-minute opening certainly is enough time to give you the bullet points of the 200 plus finely tuned components of the known universe. So I had to pick what I could fit in appropriate clarity in our small window of time. So one of the most intrinsically important components of fine tuning in our universe to me has to do with cosmic density, which is a major factor leading to the flatness of the universe, as astrophysicists call it. According to Dr. Hugh Ross in his online article, Where is the Cosmic Density Fine Tuning? He says life and flatness are related because only a flat universe meets two life essential requirements. First, a flat universe survives long enough for an adequate number of generations of stars to form that will make the heavy elements and long-lived radiometric isotopes that advanced life requires. Second, a flat universe expands slowly enough for the matter to clump together to form galaxies, stars, and planets, but not so much as...
And by the way, just to interject there for a second, there are a whole set of fine-tuning components of the universe that have to do specifically with the complexity of life. Like as in what would be needed for us to have not just regular, very, very base level potential bacterial life, but actual complex life. So I just to mention that delineation, I wasn't going down that road in this debate, certainly didn't have time to. I was focusing on an argument from the geometric flatness of the universe, which is necessary for any type of physical life whatsoever. So just a quick interjection.
Form only black holes and neutron stars. I like the flat geometry of the universe approach because it invalidates up front the typical atheist objection that life could have emerged in different forms with different metrics to the fine-tuning variables. The codependent and synergistically aligned components of fine-tuning that lead to the flatness of our universe are necessary for any type of physical life whatsoever, therefore making this typical atheist objection meaningless, in my opinion. So how much matter could you add or subtract from the universe before you have made it impossible for any type of physical life? If any of you have a dime in your pockets, hold it up for yourself. That's how much. The matter in our entire universe must fall within the tolerable threshold of 1 part in 10 to the 60th power, which equates to about 1/10 of the mass of a dime. Even advanced atheist astrophysicists struggle with explaining this level of precision in our universe without giving credit to an intelligent mind, and seek to invalidate the claim of the precision of matter in our universe by claiming that we can't detect it all through even our most precise measurements. That's true and fair enough. But either the matter is there and we aren't detecting it, or we have to rely upon dark energy filling the gap to still lead to a flat universe. If you rely upon dark energy to fill the gap, fine. Dark energy must be finely tuned to a tolerable threshold of 1 part in 10 to the 120th power. So you have literally just made the argument exponentially more compelling. I deem my argument to be more intellectually honest than most of what I see atheists put forward, as it is attached to falsification criteria. Even the atheist astronomers know what is needed to try and falsify this overwhelming evidence of intelligence. You just need to convince us that these codependent fine-tuning thresholds aren't so necessarily narrow, therefore leading to at least reasonable contemplation of our universe being sourced from chance and circumstance with no intelligence behind it. Keep in mind that this metric also gives evidence of a non-temporal intelligence, or an intelligence cognizant of future events, as the universe is finely tuned in such a way with other codependent variables that we have a universe that will expand at exactly the right speed at the right time, with appropriate slowing of universal expansion for us to be here to even have this conversation in any physical form whatsoever.
Now, an important note at this point, because my debate partner here, Mr. John Maddox, is about to present an argument that is going to include a component that shows that not only is this an intelligent mind, but a forward-thinking, competent of future events type of mind, a non-temporal mind, a mind that knows how all of these little inner workings and parts of both our biology and the universe not only are going to how they're going to manifest initially, but knowing how they're going to manifest over time. So let's just draw attention to that, because both of us made a point in that.
If our opponents intend to present a non-theistic model to compete with our theistic conclusion, I hope they will respond with equal intellectual honesty and provide the falsification criteria for their claim.
You bet.
And with that, I yield.
Thank you very much. Do we want to kick it over? Would you like a part of that time as well, Maddox? I'm trying to remember what was said already.
Mine should come in pretty close to the 12-minute mark, or inside of our window. I do need to share my screen, though.
You got it. Thanks for letting me know.
Well, my screen is getting shared. That was a great opening, man. You really presented the evidence and set the stage very, very well. I greatly appreciate that.
Yep.
All right. Well, thanks for that great opening there, Smokey. Appreciate that. And for the audience, you have just heard some profound arguments on the requirements for our life to exist and for our universe to exist, which by themselves, in my opinion, are strong evidence for God's existence. But for those of you who are not yet convinced, let us go from the cosmological to the biological. But before outlining the evidence, let us quickly review some of the...
Quick little side note too. At one point, when I didn't quite understand the structure of what this debate was going to be, I was actually planning to formulate a full 12-minute opening argument. Like, that actually was the intention. So I had to do a measurable amount of sizing down on what what I was going to put into this. And see, because my idea honestly was, why don't I pick like two or three codependent necessary pieces of evidence for the flat geometry of the universe, and say none of these can be independent of each other. All of these have to be finely tuned within their exact thresholds, not even just to match the universe that they're in for it to exist, but also to match each other. So there's a level of cognitive planning in that just defies, first of all, it defies any semblance of randomness or chance whatsoever. It's on the edge of absolute impossibility. But aside from that, if you're going to interpret this evidence as anything other than intelligence, fine, but you have to tell us. You can't just sit there and say, nope, not intelligence. Okay, well then what is it? What do you think it is? Because all of this to us screams intelligence. Do you agree, John?
Well, absolutely. And I mean, usually the comment, I think they briefly touched on this before we spiked them on it, but later on, I think they'll mention like, oh, it's a multiverse. It's like, that doesn't explain anything of how it doesn't explain how the multiverse exists. I mean, you can keep going. It always gets me how they go on there. Well, who created the God that you believe in? All that stuff. It's like, well, who created the multiverse? You're claiming to be the explanation for how all of the variables that you're talking about happen to come into alignment. I mean, it's okay. Really, which one of us is more intellectually dishonest?
Right.
But
yeah, and Slam RN is in here. She's our mod for the channel. But she mentioned Jeff Zwerink, which is one of the writers on the RTB Reasons website, and he's amazing because and I love Dr. Ross, I do, but he is so intelligent and learned that I think he does have a challenge sometimes bringing it down to the layman level. And I'm not saying he doesn't do it, and he does do it in many times, but I've found that I will have to read Dr. Ross's articles 4 or 5 times before I really, really understand what's going on. But like Jeff has a real incredible writing style and relatability and how he kind of puts some of these complex topics. And I appreciate both of their styles in different ways. I love Hugh Ross's articles for how incredibly specific and precise they will be, even though they'll take a little more effort to discern. And I love what Jeff puts forward because it's usually a bit more easier to digest and simple for the common audience. So like usually if I'm sending articles out, Jeff Zwerink's articles are really, really good for just regular common reading. So thank you for that, Susan. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. Let's let it continue the rest of your wonderful, beautiful argument here. And I love, we both pitch this component of the intelligence that must have some sort of cognition of the future, and yet that was completely ignored too. None of that was brought up in any of their arguments. You agree?
Yeah. Like before you click play, so one of the funniest live chats, I think it was a live chat, and I think they may have pasted it in comments afterwards. I was accused of sounding like, or it was what was up with Maddox and his Captain Kirk 1969. I'm like, I may take that as a compliment. I'm pretty sure it's an insult, but I didn't really think I sounded much like Captain Kirk. But
even if it was true, you absolutely shouldn't take it as an insult because that means you're entertaining. That's awesome. I sometimes you'll hear it every once in a while. I don't think I've done it yet on stream, but I will occasionally kind of switch into kind of like the Agent Smith mode of dictation. I'll slow my sentences at certain points, and it's just one of those things I picked up, in speaking to a lot of clients and stuff. Is like the interesting thing was that I noticed when you would deal with people, especially particularly in public, if you took your time to say things, it would usually force them to have to listen.
Oh yeah,
and it sounds weird, but it's true.
Well, what's funny is that some offline you'll have to talk more about what you do professionally. I mean, my background, I've done a ton of presentations. I worked in technology business development for a long time, and I agree with what you just said completely. I mean, and I think it's something that's lost on people who have never had to do formal presentations, business development, interaction with a very broad range of demographics and professions and decision-making authority levels and all that kind of stuff. Like you have to be able to be a chameleon almost in terms of your delivery method to engage with them.
Absolutely to each their own, right? All right. All right, let's let this continue.
Let's quickly review some of the undisputed facts of what is needed for all observed forms of life. So what is required? We have the genetic code, which has syntax, semantics, and pragmatics. It is expressed through gene expression. DNA is translated to RNA, RNA to proteins. Proteins are then modified to embody their end but predefined function. Protein synthesis is accomplished through transcription, translation, and elongation. This is all executed through nanomachines, ribosomes, transcription complex, and all of that is energized by protein-powered turbines. But what I really want to get into first is and to prevent later time wasted with,
See,
opposition by
do you
opponents
see the
explaining
chat
these
too,
through-
John? Do you see what they're even putting over there? It's just constantly God of the gaps, God of the gaps, God of the gap. It's like, do they have just pre-programming or something?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
they sit there and say we don't come up with anything original. What the hell are they providing to the conversation exactly?
That's
know,
very-
I mean,
No,
seriously.
there's definitely some atheist trolls. Yeah, they say the exact same thing every time.
casual
Unreal.
dismissal and supposed misinterpretation by us. I first want to quote a variety of secular papers which will support my future arguments. First, the standard argument by atheists to explain the functional information requirement of the genetic code is to argue that it is nothing but chemical reactions. So let's take a look at this. Nucleotide and eventually amino acid sequences are both physiodynamically indeterminate, which means inert. Cause and effect, physical determinism, in other words, cannot account for the programming of sequence-dependent biofunction. Next, they will likely argue that the coding and programming language evidence is not real and is nothing but analogy. So let us quickly address that. On the coding level, even a perfunctory inspection of the standard genetic code table shows that the arrangement of amino acid assignments is manifestly non-random. But it goes even further than this.
Non-random.
We have subset code bases in.
What does that mean to an atheist, John? Do you think? What does non-random mean to an atheist? What do you think that means?
I honestly don't think that the average atheist even understands information theory at all and understands the delineation of functional information. I mean, there's subsets of information. They're like, oh well, and God, it still blows my mind that T-John made this argument in my debate with him that, well, there's information from a physics perspective when two rocks bang together. And I'm like, yeah, okay, cool, but I don't think that anybody with half a brain would conclude that information from under the very top level of Shannon theory, information theory, anybody would ever classify that as the same type of information that is required for software to exist for a book. Like,
Right.
It's an entirely different classification, and they try to completely gloss over it because if they admit that there is some which cracks me up because there's papers out the yin yang written.
Oh, I know.
Right.
Oh, I know.
But the atheists argue ad nauseum that you don't know what you're talking about. It's not real information. And then when you talk to your point on like random versus non-random, they try to say, oh, well, there's information in a crystal. It's like, yeah, okay. Anyway.
Yeah, it's just beyond rationality.
Genetics enable us to exist. The hexanucleotide word definition defined in the coding section of the genome conveys the temporal pausing data from the genome domain to the protein domain via decoding algorithms instantiated into hardware within the ribosome. Thus, arbitrarily encoded data in the genome having formal meaning and
Another
function
argument
is
from
transmitted
incredulity.
genome
You see
domain
there
to
on
the
the
protein
side.
domain
Unbelievable.
and decoded and explicitly convey temporal pausing information to the ribosome. We therefore conclude that the TP codons in the genome constitute a code coexisting with the genetic code. The TP code also exhibits a syntax or grammar that obeys strict codon relationships that demonstrate language properties. The TP language is a subset of the genetic code. They may also attempt to argue that there is no actual information processing or programming occurring on the cellular level. However, this denial has been clearly refuted. Where then does the full algorithmic logic of a program lie? Where, for example, do we find the equivalent of if, then, else type instructions? The answer is in the cell or organism as a whole, not just in the genome. This leads me to a simple question for the audience and for my opponents, the logic which I will later define. If I ask,
By the way, John, let me give you credit for this, bro, because the way that you formulated this was super smart. What you did, you laid out all the evidence, you laid out all the grain work, and then you formulated the arguments. Kudos on that, bro. Seriously, well done on how you put that together.
Ask you about the source requirement for any piece of technology that contains coding, logic gates, programming, nanomachines, and exhibits temporal controls which defy simple cause and effect outcomes. Yet insist they had come into being without an intelligent agent being required. Would you think I was exhibiting rational thought, or could even be taken seriously? I think not. Therefore, the existence of life by undirected physical process without the action of an intelligent agent is not only neither logical, plausible, or probable, but impossible. Now let's look at some of the arguments. All of what I said, therefore, if non-random functional information requires a mind, and DNA, genetic code, contains non-random functional information, then a mind was required for genetic code to exist. If codes require intelligence to assign arbitrary values, and decoding requires equal arbitrarily assigned values, and the genetic code is encoded, transferred, and decoded.
Slam RN says,
And gene
look at Nick
expression requires-
Brown's comment. Where's Nick Brown, Slam RN? Where is it? She said, look at Nick Brown. I don't see it. What am I missing here?
I'm not seeing it.
I'm not seeing it either. Is it up here further? Slam RN said, look at Nick Brown's comment. I don't see it. I'm sorry, Slam RN. I don't see it. What did it say? What did you see? Because it can't be in our chat because I haven't seen a Nick Brown in our chat, so I know that's not it. Okay. Well, anyway, let it go back. Maybe she'll type it out for
translation
us.
of arbitrary values. Then a mind was required for that to exist. If time-based controls are required for code execution and are executed by separate functions,
Oh, she said
and
it's up a
modify
little
outcomes
higher.
based on
Okay, let me try. She said it's up a little higher. Jack Burton, Darth Dawkins, and I think we saw that. David Neff. It's got to be in here. Unless her message came in really late. Oh, there it is. Nick Brown. Here it is. $5 says those quotes are cherry-picked to hell and back, or those papers are not from any reputable journals. Did you call it? I think you called it before we started this, John.
Yep.
How
It's
about
it's
that?
guaranteed. It's
See, do you
guaranteed.
see how desperate they? You know what? That is nothing but a statement of sheer, absolute desperation to run away from learning and knowledge.
As a quick sidebar for Nick Brown, the the quotes I took about the temporal pausing controls, that paper is like the whole section of that paper is about whether or not what they had discovered and mapped out. I mean, there's like huge, like mapped out of all the logic rules. I mean, all this stuff that, right, leading up to this point. And then it's like, okay, does this fulfill all of the requirements to be considered a computer code? And then they go into a deep dive of information theory and all of the requirements.
Mm-hmm.
And then, okay, yep, it fulfills all of those. Yes, okay. And yes, it's computer code, right? But the irony for that, for me, is, and this is lost on the average atheist, is the end quote I did on that subject, where like it's a subset of the genetic language, right? It's like, okay, they are already obviously operating from the perspective that the genetic code, like the top level genetic code, fulfills all of these, right?
Right.
And it's like, oh wow, there's another one that operates simultaneously from a different way, or an additional way, that the ribosome is able to read the data and get two different instruction sets simultaneously from the exact same sequence.
Right.
And it's like, to me, if that doesn't blow your mind of, hang on, there's time-based instructions for the physical manifestation of a protein working in conjunction from the exact same data set
Mm-hmm.
for what parts you need to build this. So you got the parts list and the organization list being executed through the same sentence. I mean,
Isn't that amazing?
it's a mind bender.
It
Anyway.
is. It is. No, absolutely. I agree.
on temporal variables and require simultaneous execution, then foreknowledge of the outcome is required. If coding and programming information semantics are immaterial, and the medium which contains it is not relevant to its origin, then no undirected process can create it. If programming requires if, then, else logic rules, and syntax, semantics, and pragmatics are required for its execution, and biological cells contain all of these and the tools for their execution, and if no other programming would happen by undirected process, then an intelligent agent is required for initial programming. If literal nanomachines are required for programming execution and non-random information cannot be accessed without the prior
Jack
existence,
Burton.
and their non-random
he's a troll.
He's an
assumed to be
idiot.
code.
Look at what he just said. The code is not a cipher, bait and switch. What does that have to do with anything? That now you want to talk about word salad. You want to talk about me just throwing a bunch of slightly intelligent words together that don't mean anything and throwing it out there, but people will think I'm clever if they don't think about it too much. Dude.
Yeah, he's a troll. He comments on basically everything.
Unreal.
Well, and the
All
interesting thing for me on the point he's trying to, I guess, supposedly constitute. So the official definition of cipher is a secret or disguised way of writing a code.
Mhm.
Okay?
Right.
The definition of a code, however,
Mhm.
is a system of words, letters, figures, or other symbols substituted for other words, letters, etc., especially for the purpose of secrecy. Or definition number 2, programming instructions,
Mm.
or write a code for a computer program.
Mm.
I mean, it's like, dude,
He just
you're-
doesn't know the full definition, or
Well,
he's
well,
trying.
that-
Or he's trying to be very colloquial with it.
Well,
I think is what
there's
he's doing.
that plus the common. Oh, you think that it's God's secret message? And it's like, it's like, no, man, that is not even close to what I am suggesting. But go ahead, continue.
No, that's good. I like that.
its existence is required. Therefore, if in any other context it is accepted that non-random information, coding, decoding, programming, time-based controls, and nanomachines require intelligent agents to exist, and if life requires all of these to exist, and it is widely accepted that all observed organisms do, then an intelligent agent, and therefore God, is the logical conclusion for our existence. So in closing, as you consider these arguments and expansion of them throughout the debate, ask yourself this: whose position will ultimately be considered more rational? Is it those who conclude it is more logical, plausible, and probable that these things could exist without an intelligent agent to cause their formation? Or those who argue no matter how counterintuitive it is, you must believe all of this could happen without a designer being required?
You got it. Thank you very much, John.
That
We
was
will
so
switch
good,
back
man.
into the
I
discussion
love that.
boxes and kick it over to those who are more skeptical of the claim that God exists. It's a pleasure to have you, gentlemen. The floor is all yours.
Rib, help yourself.
Yeah, that's no problem. Okay, so is there evidence for God? The short answer is, surprisingly, especially coming from my side, is actually yes. There is an extremely small number of evidence with gaping holes in each of them. The evidence is not nearly sufficient. And
How is it evidence if it has gaping holes?
I don't know. Well, supposedly, neither one of us presented any evidence for our conclusions.
And yet he
so
just
I
said
don't-
there is evidence, but remote. Yet, did you ever hear him name it?
I don't think so.
It's just like, all right.
on
Just thought that was funny.
falsifiable, which leans towards a fallacy. Each individual claim is created equal and holds its own separate burden of proof. We each need tangible physical evidence for everything that we accept in our everyday lives.
A quick sidebar.
Sure.
Just for example, did I have a pen?
He said it requires tangible physical evidence. What the hell did we present
Right.
in our opening statements other than tangible evidence of observable factors of life and our very existence that are agreed upon
Exactly.
in science that they have to be in play in order for us to exist physically? I don't know.
Yeah, it's just like we just ignored everything you said. Yeah, allow us to ignore all of your beautiful points and presuppose some of our terrible ones. And now you jump to our tune, and it's just it was a little frustrating when I saw that looked like where it was going to be going, because I'm like, is this like, I was hoping we were going to take it to a certain level of like sophistication where they at least were going to start challenging maybe different types of nothing or what they think or postulate could be outside the universe. They didn't even have the backbone or fortitude to do that. It really kind of surprised me. All right, anyway, are you ready to get back to it, or anything else you want to add, John?
Oh, sorry, man. I'm
No,
sitting
you're
here, I'm sitting here talking. I hit the mute button.
Oh, okay.
No, yeah, we can go and play. Yeah, I agree. I was well. It's just to be blunt. It's the last thing I'll say. We'll
Like
start playing again.
I'll give
We-
credit to Ribs. And he should go by Ribs, by the way. Rib does, I don't think sounds as good as Ribs. Like if that was my name, religion is BS, I would totally go by Ribs. I don't know. Anyway, that's neither.
Well, yeah, but that requires understanding of semantics. And, that it would be a more pragmatic execution of the acronym. But none of
Agreed.
that requires intelligence. I mean, just
Exactly.
saying.
Well, and I will give him credit. I actually liked, as much as it was kind of a mishmash, I think Ribs did a better job trying to actually address us than Michael did. Michael didn't seem to address us at all. Like, I'll at least give Ribs credit for trying to throw out his terrible puddle analogy that because he didn't even finish it and didn't even give it, a proper context, it wasn't even worth addressing. But, other than that, Okay.
I think after, as the audience and you're watching this will quickly realize,
Sure.
as Michael got into his opening statement, I think he got his panties in a wad because we refused to go down his let's argue religion.
Oh, he did. And you can
Rabbit hole.
tell because then he pulls out a verse and says, "You're not being very Christian." It's like, okay, you know what? I don't need a secularist to interpret what I need to be doing in context of my scriptures. I have scholars and teachers for that, sir. Thank you. Considering the fact that you seemingly know nothing about the cultural history and perspectives of my books, I have no reason to accept your interpretation. All right.
Based on
All right, Ribs.
Face value, because we know that dogs are usually kept as pets. But if you wanted to, if you were a little bit more,
this is the extraordinary claim, extraordinary evidence direction, and he didn't even finish it.
There are dog treats, dog food, dog bowls, and a dog house, all building the evidence towards the conclusion that I have a dog. However, if I was to say to you that I have a pet winged fire-breathing dragon in my garden, although that is a claim, a similar enough claim, because I'm claiming that they're both pets, you would require a little bit more evidence than just my say-so. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and God, the moral arbiter, and
John, can I ask you a question, sir?
Yeah, hit me.
What in the actual hell is extraordinary evidence?
Well, I think I would just wager from the atheist perspective, it's having their own road to Damascus experience, to which they would probably, all Matt Dillahunty, claim they were hallucinating and wouldn't actually constitute definitive proof of God's existence.
I watched a video that Paul Logia did, specifically answering that topic.
His videos make me fall asleep.
Well, this one was entertainingly cringe. He was attempting to defend the argument extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and he starts by playing the Carl Sagan clip of which the quote is based on. But guess what Carl Sagan's quote actually is? It's extraordinary claims are not supported by extraordinary evidence, because in that clip, Carl Sagan was referring to UFO footage as extraordinary evidence and saying that was not support for the extraordinary claims of the existence of aliens.
Interesting. I did not know that context. That's very interesting.
Isn't that interesting? So what we have today is a philosophical bastardization of what was just said in passing by a man attempting to deny aliens. Okay, and now we all have to have it regurgitated upon of us in philosophical disingenuous natures. It's basically just a permanently ever moving goalpost that they can just pick up and move at whim. Well, that's not extraordinary. Well, you know what? Until you can even point to me an example of extraordinary evidence in our reality, I think we have a problem. I mean, if you can't even tell me what extraordinary evidence is, I mean, aside from the fact you're not even going to tell me what evidence would convince you, I mean, that's bad enough. Now you're going to throw this extra layer out there and say it has to be extraordinary, and then you're not even going to define that. We're not even having rational conversions anymore.
And look at Jack Burton right there. All arguments for God are either arguments from ignorance or just circular.
Oh, his ignorance is circular. Okay, all right, let's let it go.
The creator of the universe needs overwhelming evidence evidence that I am not closed off to. I am more than happy to be proven wrong. But in the 4 years that I have been taking calls on my show,
John Burton
from
seems to
theists, I am
Jack
still
Burton just
waiting
seems to
on
say
the,
things. He
evidence.
just says stuff.
Faith is usually used as one of the requirements needed to accept God. God claims faith is the excuse that we give when we don't have a good reason. Just to go back to the earlier example, if you ask me for evidence for the dragon in my garden, I highly sorry, I messed that bit up. Okay, if you have a good reason for accepting something, then you present that. You don't give faith. So if like you were to ask me why I accept evolution, I would present the reasons, the evidence that is backing that up. I wouldn't say, oh, I just accept it on faith. But if faith can lead you to Jesus and lead somebody else to Vishnu, assuming.
Did you pause? I think Smokey may have frozen there for a second.
I'm so sorry. I had myself on mute. I'm sorry. Hey, what do you, in terms of that, what do you think in terms of their operations? Do you believe that they're being honest when they say we are operating based upon solely evidence? We just go where the evidence leads us. Do you find any actual intellectual honesty in that statement whatsoever?
I don't know if they're being intentionally dishonest, but I would agree with you that it is not, or I would state that it's not intellectually honest when they either refuse to even consider it counterpoints, or, and I think this will be evidence later on, that they don't go look beyond the surface level of the talking points they're told to believe to find out if the evidence of supposedly 100% proven beyond all doubt positions that they hold actually do not have the evidence that they claim exists for it.
Right. I feel like it's kind of, they're trying to, they just kind of get to sit there and validate whatever evidence is there. And it just, at a certain point, it kind of gets a little frustrating because you're like, when you sit there and you go through all this effort to draw attention to a very kind of simple conclusion, and they're just like, no, it can't be that. And you're like, well, then what can it be? And they only want to keep going back to, I don't know. Like the I don't know may never be filled. Okay, that gap of knowledge may never be filled. And even if it is filled, there's no guarantee it'll give us knowledge of the agent that caused it, or if it'll give us knowledge of an agent that caused it. So even their criteria that they're saying could lead up to it, of us being able to eventually know, ultimately wouldn't solve the theist or non-theist issue either way. So I don't even understand where they're coming from sometimes.
I think one of the funniest examples of that was in the Matt Dillahunty, Michael Brown, also known as Inspiring Philosophy debate, when Dillahunty says, I don't know and you don't know either. And Michael responded, how do you know that I don't know?
That's a good one.
And Dillahunty was like, well, do you know? How do you know that I don't know? I know what I know. I don't know what you don't know. Do you not know what I know? Are you saying you know that I don't know? And man, it was one of the.
That's great.
I was cracking up when that debate was going on. I'm like, dude, zinger. That is awesome.
That's outstanding. All right, I'll let it go again. Let little Mr. Ribs finish his stuff here.
The truth of the claims of Jesus for just a moment, then faith has gotten you to truth and someone else to not truth. Knowing this, faith cannot be a knowledgeable path to truth. Just to kind of respond to some of the things that was said there, and then I will yield the rest of the time to if the universe is finely tuned for anything, it's the creation of black holes. We are finely tuned for the universe, not the other way around. There's
that was a frustrating moment for me.
Famous puddle example to
By the way, this is the thing that I'm kind of getting used to in the idea of the debate, because it's so different. When you watch it, when you're an audience member and you're watching the debates go, it's easy for you to sit there and be like, "Oh, I would have said this, I would have said that, I would have gone off on this tangent." You know what? You really do have to kind of like pick your battles. Like, as much as you would love to be able to just jump in and tear apart some of those points, like the integrity of the conversation relies upon you sometimes making different decisions. This really was a learning experience in that regard for me personally.
Yeah, you always get after the fact. You always think about like, oh man, I should have gotten him on this, or I should have gone down this rabbit hole. But it's in the heat of the moment, you like you said, pick your battles, and it's
tough. It's because you really are. Yeah, you really are called to kind of do a lot of this on the fly, so it can be tough. Yeah. Anyway.
Grasp here, which is that the puddle gains sentience and says, I'm perfectly fit for this hole that it finds itself in, whereas we know that it's the opposite way around. That is that is the situation that we find ourselves in. This whole thing about a designer, it's the watchmaker argument kind of jumps out at me here, and why it does is because if you believe that a all-powerful deity created everything, then the watchmaker argument says that you stumble upon a watch on a beach and you know that was created because it's complex, but that's not the case. We don't recognize design by its complexity. We recognize design by contrasting it with that which naturally occurs. So if you were to...
Is that not what we're doing when we're comparing the complex code of genetics with just natural occurring components of our universe that by random chance and happenstance don't create anything remotely complex like that? Is that not exactly what we're doing, John?
Well, not only are we doing that, to me, one of the most substantial pieces of it is the fact that there is immaterial functional information that exists and is required. And and I didn't really dive into this too much in the debate, but when you really contemplate the fact that the genetic code, A, literally is one, but B, they always, and in the opening statement, I was like, hey, I'm doing this to avoid us having to waste time on what I'm about to tell you, which is the codon. They always say it's nothing but chemical reactions. I'm like, yeah, cool. Let's go down that rabbit hole. The codon, which contains which equals a specific amino acid, never chemically interacts with what it represents. Right. So we have not analogy, but literal semantic information that is contained in a syntax, just like in binary, for example. Capital A equals 010001.
So it's not just that there's information, there's also a language to interpret the information. And this is what they always seem to avoid in the arguments, is that the level of complexity is always several metrics higher than what they're trying to falsify.
Completely. And the piece and it's why I oftentimes accuse people of, in my debates, of like, have you ever actually read an Origin of Life research paper? Because one of the primary things they are trying to figure out and have been trying to explain now for 50 years is how the arbitrarily assigned values of this set of nucleotide base pair sequences equals this amino acid.
Right.
How could that possibly occur?
Right.
Like, that is one of the foundational conundrums of Origin of Life research.
Well, and the fact that even the atheist astrophysicists, in my example, they struggle with these fine-tuning metrics, not attributing it to an intelligence, so much so that they are grasping at straws, desperately trying to find ways to prove that these metrics might be wider than they are, just so they could give even just a remote amount of plausibility to these random chance models that atheists keep throwing out there that don't need a theistic intelligence behind it.
Well, and one of the big problems I have especially with the fine-tuning arguments, is they don't have the deep time excuse that they apply to biology.
Right.
It's like, no. Sorry. You don't have their standard. Oh, it's billions of years. Everything could happen in a billion years. And given enough time, anything is possible. Like they don't have that defense
Exactly.
for the existence of the universe and the fine tuning arguments. Therefore, they go to the multiverse and all other kind of things, which, just like with abiogenesis, still doesn't explain how they all came to be precisely.
No, and
Defined.
any of those theories, even the multiverse theory, still is not strictly non-theistic. So what's the point? I mean, you're going to tell me that you don't believe a god could have created one universe, but you believe a million could have been created out of nothing? And who's the irrational one here? Come on.
Willing suspension of rational thought.
Agreed, my friend.
Take that that argument and kind of apply it to the theistic worldview. They would not be they would be walking on a beach of watches, on an island of watches, on a planet of watches, in a universe of watches, because you don't have anything to say that. Well,
if we were in a universe of watches, didn't we say this, Sean? If we were in a universe of watches and then we came up something that was designed out of watches, we'd still think it was designed. Where do these people go with these arguments, dude? I don't get it. I'm sorry.
This was designed and this was created.
I know it's frustrating.
There isn't any. Anyway, I'm going to leave the rest of the time to.
I wished he would have finished it. I think if he would have finished it, I might have responded.
Awesome, James. Thanks again for having me back. I have just before I get into the little short bit that I have, I'm really scared here for a second. I got to make sure. So I have a question.
What's he scared of?
For John, I just need a one-word answer to. You guys are Christians, right?
I don't think that's on debate. I don't think we really want to.
I'm just
See, and this is him saying, I just ignored everything you both said in your opening, and now I'm going to read my opening attacking what I believe your religious perspective is. That's the game he's about to play now.
Well,
and he just wants us to play along and jump in and say, okay, yes, please go ahead and lay off your Aaron Ross style bullet points that are too many for us to answer in the amount of time we have.
Yes, agreed.
Unbelievable. It's funny.
Asking. You guys Christians?
For the purpose of this debate, I'm here to debate theism, and obviously, from your partner's opening statement, I think yours, you're going to try and make this about religion versus theism versus atheism in the worldview for the evidence of God. So we're not going to go down that rabbit hole.
Okay, cool. I'll just carry on then with what I've got.
Of course you will.
I always find it interesting.
Like you weren't anyway.
Christians are so unwilling to actually defend the God that they actually believe in.
It's just not the debate tonight, sir. That's all.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
it's
Quick pause.
biblical.
Interesting. He said not willing to defend the God they believe in. God wasn't on trial.
Exactly.
It was, is there evidence for God's existence, not defending a specific God. I mean, anyway, go ahead.
Exactly. No, you're right. You're exactly right. And they wanted to make it about that. And I think we did a good job trying to subvert that.
So, so tonight we are talking about, regardless of what anyone wants to say, we are talking to Christians. So we're talking about the God of Christianity. So we have to use the Bible. The book.
No one's talking about the God of Christianity.
All scriptures inspired by God. Psalm 12 and Revelation 22 being preserved and kept uncorrupted. So what we have here, what we have within the Bible is what God intended. So what does it say? Well, some of the absolute falsehoods are that vegetation appeared before the sun in Genesis 1:11, that people are made from dust and dirt and ribs in Genesis 2. Mark 13 says that stars will fall from.
And these are all literal interpretations from fundamentalist, perspectives. I would have had to go through mountains of interpretive and scholarly groundwork just to correct his very, very low thinking, basic English literal interpretation of scripture. Like when you read the book and you say things like that, and you're not willing to even consider what was actually being said in the Jewish terminologies, and you're just giving these bullet points, it's actually from a stance of ignorance, the type of ignorance that, sadly enough, Matt Dillahunty himself usually displays in terms of his level of scholarship and knowledge of cultural history. But just sidebar.
Sky. And this one's a funny one because it clearly shows that either the people who wrote the Bible had no clue what a star even is, or the all-knowing God is a dolt and he didn't know it either. The firmament
go with the
and
first.
and the vault in Genesis 1:6, the flood. There are enough issues with that alone, and it could take up all of tonight, but so we won't go too much into that. The sun standing still in the sky in Joshua 10. People blowing horns and yelling at a wallet falling over in Joshua 6.
How much cosmology and terminology and scientific advancement did God need to give the people to make sure that his divine revelation was scientifically accurate for these atheists in the 20th century? What do you think, John?
Well, it's interesting you bring that up. In a debate the other night or a couple days ago, the Christian made the argument that from a evidentiary perspective that he was explaining God is light, and they was and then from a quantum mechanics perspective was making a pretty interesting argument actually about it.
Mm-hmm.
But the counterpoint from T-Jump was, oh, well, it doesn't state electromagnetic in John, and the reference you used, it didn't say electromagnetic radiation. Therefore, your argument is false. And it's like, okay. So last time I checked, light can, I mean, just because there's a subset element to the word light that, electromagnetic radiation can expand on the premise of light.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, what world are you? Oh, well, if God actually had the scientific knowledge, then it was revealing it. Why didn't he say it's like, so you're saying, why didn't he reveal electromagnetic radiation? Like this is dumb.
And plus he would have had to teach them God knows how many other scientific concepts just to lead up to that, to teach them that concept. I mean, you're asking God to come down and start teaching science classes so the atheists can be satisfied with biblical terminology. Are you people insane?
Well, I think one of the other aspects is that not always, but very often, the atheists, like the ones that we're debating, I'm assuming they have, at least theoretically, have higher than average intellect or IQs.
Right.
And I think they very often forget that the average person is not anything other than average intellect, right? And people like us, we go in deep dives and want to understand things on fundamental levels and several layers of meaning and understanding, right? The average person never does so,
right?
And I'm not downplaying them, or I'm not insulting. I'm just saying that they're not even thinking about that kind of stuff.
Well, they just, and it could be some of it they don't care, but yeah, I agree with you.
Well, some of it is they don't care, and others, I say actually a lot of it is they don't care, but they don't have the interest because they don't have, and again, I'm not using it as an insult, they don't have the intellect, I'm talking about from a IQ points.
Right. No, I get you.
To go down those rabbit holes.
Right.
And when you think about that, it's like, I wonder if God knew this was the case and therefore made it understandable. That seems like a very reasonable thing to do, to make it your revelation understandable for everybody.
Indeed. Absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely. And certainly, we are told to study to throw ourselves approved. It's not just a matter of pick it up and read it. We are intended to, search after our salvation with fear and trembling, and to always be constantly looking into scripture, testing everything to see whether it's good or not, and throwing away what's bad. Even Paul said that. So we're good. We're doing what we're doing. We're doing the right thing when we're rising to challenges, answering objections, and engaging in debates like this, not just for ourselves, for our own sharpening and improvement, but also for our brothers and sisters who maybe don't or aren't quite as prepared or capable to want to engage in these types of discussions, but will be validated by the things that we say. So, okay, cool. Did you have anything else you want to add there, John?
No, I think I'm
cool.
I'm
all right,
going.
Let's see what they have.
The main takeaway here is
his laundry list of things he finds atrocious in the Bible.
And that it will be preserved. I mean, it's full of things that, as Aaron Ross states in his book, Foundational Falsehoods of Creationism, these are things that are either evidently not true. Or
Who's surprised he's
evidently
an
not
Aaron
true.
Raw fan?
It's clear that these stories are just
Didn't
made
surprise me at all.
they could be stolen as well. In fact, we have good example of that. If you read the Epic of Gilgamesh and then reread the flood story, you'll see what I mean there. The next is the problem of evil and suffering. 1 John 4 says
Wait,
God is love.
what is the epic?
1
Wait, I thought the Epic of Gilgamesh was connected to the creation story, not the flood story.
I think there's an element of.
Is
that
there an
they-
element of flood in that?
There's an element of the flood, or at least what they interpret to be equal to the flood, when Gilgamesh like goes off on a boat by himself.
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
It's been
fair
years
enough.
since I've read it. The only thing I really remember was like Gilgamesh goes off on a quest in a boat by himself, but that's about the only part I remember.
Oh, okay, I probably have to reread the story. It's been years.
This leads to contradictions given the story in 1st and 2nd Samuel, the story of the flood in Genesis, Judges 11 with the story of Jephthah and more. The God of the Bible promises to keep you safe from all harm in Psalm 121. Jesus says himself that he'll do whatever you ask of him in John 14. And then you see the suffering that we see in the world today.
And that is pure cherry picking. That is direct, disingenuous avoidance of the actual context of just the verses around it. Not even like sometimes you can forgive atheists when they say something and it's like way up in another chapter or way up in the same chapter. And so you can almost forgive them a little bit for eisegeting it so specifically. But when you're not even willing to read the chapter, or I mean the passage or verse above or below it, which destroys the point you're trying to make, it really does blow my mind.
It's kind of funny how they accuse us of cherry picking quotes from scientific papers while they. Oh, wait, doesn't this kind of go back
He
to
ignored
my earlier position of them projecting their own mental state onto us?
Exactly.
Okay.
He literally just ignored the entire context of a verse about the request of the Father that are within his will. Okay, and he turns it into, you get whatever you ask for. He just tries to turn God into Amazon. And that's the God he wants to falsify with us. I'm supposed to treat this as real. Give me a break.
Well, here is that the God of the Bible, if the God of the Bible is real, then John 1:4 is wrong. And the root of everything. Then I think
you figured it out. Hey, Michael,
unbelievably
where's your
unimaginable.
Nobel Prize?
You think
Hey,
of the story
right?
of Jesus-
Didn't he kept telling us to go get a Nobel Prize? He just disproved the Christian God. Why doesn't he go get his Nobel Prize?
I know, man. He can solve so many problems.
My goodness.
who may have been a real guy, and I kind of don't care. The best that this God could come up with was to torture himself to death, to appease himself, and to spare us from his wrath, which an omnipotent being knew was going to happen in the first place. And I find it dizzying that people believe this stuff. Lastly, because everybody else touched on science a little bit.
A little bit. It's all we touched on.
Which is an undeniable fact of population genetics. It's cross-confirmed by multiple disciplines, including biology, chemistry, genetics, geology, and more.
Yeah, we'll
and these
get
all
to that.
converge on the same conclusions. Everything that got said before, it's really interesting because don't bother talking to us about it. Just submit it, because if you can take Darwin down, worldwide fame and Nobel prizes are waiting for you. The takeaway from this is that the stories of Genesis, as well as the rest of the Bible, are nothing more than fables that were written by people who knew nothing about how the world actually works. So between the Bible and verifiable science, I believe the Christian God does not exist. And as Christians, I hope we'll be able to get some answers from that.
Yeah, Slam RN, I wish I could make it louder. He's just really quiet on this part of the video for some reason. I do have the volume maxed out. And James is muted. That's why you're not hearing anything right now, because James forgot to turn his mic on.
I love James. He does it all the time. It's so funny.
No, Slam RN, we did not say evolution was wrong. In fact, you'll see later on the debate that I actually agreed with evolutionary components. You'll see. I started to challenge them on his perspective of evolution and how he classified with morphology, but he didn't want to talk about that.
Religion is bullshit on the watchmaker argument, which I think is kind of funny that you said we couldn't see evidence of design because we're in a universe full of designed objects, et cetera, full of watches. But prior to making that claim, you stated that the universe is not created for life. So
I said it wasn't finely tuned for life.
Sorry, finely. Well, you wouldn't have said created. Finely tuned for life. and yet life exists. So that by itself completely unsubstantiates your position that if it's not finely tuned for life, and we know of the incredible intricacies that are required for life to exist, that would actually serve as a pretty solid evidence for the design being required for life to exist.
Okay, I think I may have misspoke. It wasn't necessarily not designed or not finely tuned for life, but it wasn't finely tuned for us, like as a species. If we're going to be like
right,
very
but
specific
the argument
about
that Michael was making, and I'm assuming you correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I'm assuming you also accept, is that abiogenesis occurred without or through an undirected process, and we all just evolved from a initial form of life. So us as a species or any form of life really doesn't have any relevance. If per that argument, we came
Spot
from
on.
something that
Yes, you're right.
is the universe is
Nailed it.
not finely tuned for.
Who
You
cares
understand that?
whether we have relevance? What does that have to do with
yeah, I
it?
was just going to say that. Well, I mean, like,
No, I'm
just,
talking about life.
that's what the evidence
You
supports.
you said our species. I'm talking about life in general. If the universe is not finely tuned for life, and the complexity and the incredible hurdles that are required for life to exist, which is readily admitted and accepted by every origin of life researcher on this planet, who also admit they actually don't know how the hell it came into existence, it's actually leaning in our favor that something where it's not likely and it's not finely tuned for somehow occurred and overcame overwhelming obstacles to come into existence.
So
Yeah.
you can correct me if I'm wrong, but what I heard there is because we don't know, therefore God.
No.
Okay.
Apparently you
Want
weren't
to
listening
expand on
to.
that?
No, I'm
Just want to
assuming you
fight
weren't
that
actually
God
listening
of the
to my
gaps.
opening
They were
statement,
so
because
desperate to throw that on us.
I outlined very specific things that would require a mind in any other context to come into being. And therefore, it is not, we don't know, therefore God. It's no by a very logical analysis and deduction of any other process in which we would apply to determine if something was designed or not. When all of those variables apply to the fundamental requirements for life to exist, then it is the logical conclusion that a creator existed. And your side, on the other hand, accepts that something that in no other context would be considered possible has occurred. Therefore, you are worshiping a god of chance, and I am looking at the option being a more reasonable conclusion that there was an intelligent agent, and looking at that not only from one component but from multiple, and then, as Smokey was outlining, one of many aspects of the things that are evidence.
Slam
Because you said
RN.
that I believe something that ordinarily
I'll
I
show your
wouldn't.
message.
What
I'll
is
show
that-
your
that-
message.
that
You
thing?
don't owe me $2, Susan. I promise. You don't
Any
have to
other
give me the
Okay,
context or
$2.
any other example, I wouldn't. I think is more closely to what you said.
Okay, so example. So would you agree that the technology that enables us to be having this debate currently, all of us to be interacting from different portions of the globe, would you argue that any of the technologies that enable that to occur could have ever come into existence without intelligent agents?
No, probably not.
Okay, so if on the root of that, what are some of the things that are required for that technology to exist? A fundamental one is coding and programming, and arbitrarily assigned values to those codes, which are then encoded, transmitted, decoded, and executed. And that is exactly what is required for even the most simple form of life to exist. And this is also accepted by even staunch atheist origin of life researchers. It's actually one of the greatest questions they're trying to solve, which is how in the heck could something that
See, and this is the thing I love too about your take on that, John, too, is they were so desperate to not follow you down your road, but it's like none of this was based upon like one singular component of like our biology. It's all of these extremely complex components all sandwiched on top of each other, all working together in unison in perfect harmony. Like, and they just couldn't even follow you down that very basic intellectual road. I was finding that personally a little frustrating.
Yeah, it's annoying. It's a very common position they try to take to just avoid. Well, as you and I have talked about this, but if they go down that trail, they're going to end up completely and utterly trapped.
Right.
Like, there's no way to escape it, especially after you have admitted that, as I started that whole argument with, which is, if technology, would this technology exist without intelligent agents? No. Okay,
No.
cool. If something exactly like it, but actually more complicated, is required for life, how do you not admit that there's an intelligent agent requirement is a reasonable argument? And
Right.
if they admit that at all, to even be a remotely substantive position to take, they lose by default.
Right.
And it's a complete surrender. That's why I think
Agreed.
they deny it so much.
Agreed. Yeah, spot on, man. I agree with you 100%.
Is arbitrary come into existence when in every other context we freely acknowledge it would require a mind.
Yeah, so
So-
we don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I don't know. You don't know anything.
Is
Oh no! I mean, I'm directly
No.
answering your question. We don't know. So how chemistry became biology? The short answer is we don't know, and neither do you. But you sure think you do.
Even if we
And-
did
and-
know,
And what's really interesting, hang on, I haven't finished yet.
He
and
wouldn't
what's
let me
really
finish
interesting,
that.
there's
I
overwhelming
could have
degree
just
of-
saved
of
him
scientists and stuff.
a
today.
minute.
I'm really curious to know if either of you two are scientists. But why is it that I think the latest statistic is 93% of the
By the way, what would that
matter?
matter? What would that matter if we were scientists? What would that change about our arguments, whether or not our arguments would good? We're not making an argument from authority. What would it matter if we were scientists?
Well, it's a very common atheist talking point. They try to do. You'll start
If
noticing
I
stuff
was
in
scientist, they
in
would
comments and
accuse
stuff too. Oh, if you're not a scientist, you don't have a PhD, and it's like, yeah, again, and kind of where you're going with this, which is, does having a PhD after my name make my argument any more or less true?
Exactly.
I mean,
Exactly.
I'm sorry, what, do you not have an IQ high enough to be able to comprehend something that was written by somebody with a PhD? I don't know what to tell you. If
Yeah,
you don't, just admit it. But I can comprehend what they're saying, and I can also come to a conclusion just like somebody else. And the piece that really gets me is, sorry for my little short
No,
diatribe,
no,
but
please, no, take it
the only
as
thing
much
that
time as you want.
really pisses me off about the atheist argument about this, are you a scientist, is, do you not understand what the premise of peer review is, number one?
Mm,
And number two, there are plethoras of papers in which a argument is made, abstract, evidence, conclusion, discussion. I mean, it's kind of the standard structure of scientific papers, just saying. But then there'll be responses, and then the original author will either agree with or counter the points made by their peers as they're reviewing the paper. So it's like, okay, so are you suggesting that the only people who can have any kind of interpretation of an argument or of evidence or of a specific discovery and what it means, are you saying that nobody else other than the PhD or other than the author of the original, outline of the discovery can have an interpretation of its meaning from a bigger context perspective?
then they're taking the conclusion on faith, not on evidence.
Yeah, agree, 100% agreed. And they're arguing that nobody else can possibly have the brain power to do anything other than agree with what you are told.
Right.
And to me, I was like, so you're willfully submitting to being a pawn. Got it.
Exactly. Oh, and Susan gave us a good point. She clarified for us. She says, Gilgamesh goes on a quest to see the man like Noah who survived the flood, who has immortal life, to ask how he can have eternal life. Okay, that sounds about right. I remember something very similar to that. So it wasn't really Gilgamesh himself, but he went to go see a man who seems to have similarities to the biblical Noah. That's interesting. I should go back and reread that. Okay.
Accept evolution by natural selection as not only a fact but a theory. So I'd like to know where all these other massive scientists are and why, if there's so many of them. It's like just like scads of them from what you're saying. Why hasn't it been overturned?
Multiple things. Number one, if you actually go do some research, there is a rapidly growing number of atheists, researchers, environmental biologists, and geneticists who are publicly stating that neo-Darwinism and modern synthesis does not even come close to explaining life. Number one, and that's just in context of
Evolution has nothing to do with the origin of life.
well, I know, which is why I'm asking, why did you bring it up? Because I was referring to abiogenesis. And
So we don't know.
You're the one that brought up evolution and the supposed 93% people agreeing with it as somehow being a way to discount my argument about the requirements for the origin of life,
Okay,
and
so
an intelligent agent being required. And then now you're trying to dismiss evolution from the equation as I bring up that people are starting to publicly state that, hey, this does not account for, not only does it not account for the origin of life, it doesn't account for many of the things that we're seeing that we used to 100% equate to Darwinism.
okay, so like I'll go back to the short answer. Chemistry and biology, we don't know. If you're saying you do, cool. Lay that out.
Even if we did know, what would that change whether or not we would know if it was theistically determined or created? What would that change if we knew the method by which it was done? What would that change?
But you're saying you're saying the only way it could come across is through this intelligent design.
See, and this is the point that he misses. Like the criteria they're establishing for this, I need to know, I need to know, I need to know. Even if we were able to verify the very methodologies of how it was done, it still tells us nothing about who did it. So like we need to be able to already ascertain from the information and evidence in front of us that there's some sort of intelligent design. If we just continue to follow through and find more and more and more meticulous intelligent design, they're just going to keep saying, well, I don't know. I don't know until string theory is proven. I don't know until, we know what the uncertainty principle exactly postulates in our quantum entanglements. They need to have all of these extra little variables of verification, but still, even if they had them, would do nothing to alter a perception, particularly their perception of a theistic model. Do you disagree?
No, I mean it's yeah. Well, and the irony for me in that little back and forth we just had is, well, I honestly wonder if my argument actually went over his head.
I think it kind of did. I don't know if he was able to. Well, I'll tell you this. He absolutely, I don't think, even began to grasp the different layers of complexity you were laying on top of each other. I think that absolutely went completely over his head.
Well, and quick sidebar. So there's one of the papers I have in my folder here. The literal title is Genetic Code, Lucky Chance, or Fundamental Law of Nature. That's literally the title. And it goes into extraordinary deals. I probably got 15 of these articles about this exact topic where they're all origin of life people are trying to figure this out,
Love it.
And it's like, man, you're trying to do a bait and switch, an argument from authority, and then remove the argument from authority, and then accuse me of not having an argument at all when you're literally trying to change back and forth between different things to discount the points that are being made.
Right. Agreed. 100%.
That's not really the argument, sir.
No,
I'm sorry.
actually, what I'm stating is that and I also said this in my opening statement, which was the medium which contains the information that enables life to exist is not relevant to the origin of its source of origin. And just like in any other context of functional information, we can use a plethora of mediums in which to contain it. But the translation process requires foreknowledge of the semantic meaning and the pragmatics of the syntax. And that all of those things are 150% required in life. It's a freely admitted requirement by everybody in biology. And
your God does not follow.
Huh?
Your God does not follow. You have to make an unbelievable leap.
No,
because
I'm saying that
a
God
moment ago you talked about
exists.
Kalam. You talked about the cosmological argument. What is the conclusion of the Kalam cosmological argument?
Don't they get frustrated with us when we say, Like they have to make the phylogenetic leap because there's some sort of gap missing in their tree of speciation. Don't they always get real frustrated with us when we lay that kind of burden on them to kind of, produce evidence to substantiate this evolutionary basis of speciation? Why are they trying to throw it on us?
Well, because they think that it can defend, trying to do the reverse defends their, and this is why they rely on the time factor so much of, though there's enough time, it must have happened. It doesn't matter that there's a missing, there's gaps in the evidence. But the irony, and this is, I kind of alluded to some of this I didn't go into detail in the debate, is what is being very, very, very rapidly discovered in genetics, and why I made the point earlier in the debate about, like, there's a lot of people who are shifting away from this. Even I'm talking about atheists who still publicly say they're atheists, but also discount evolution, like traditional definitions of evolution, is that many of the supposed evidences for their version of speciation and that morphology are actually caused not by formation of new DNA sequences, but through epigenetic modification of existing functions that result in new or slight modifications based on those environmental factors. But here's where this takes the whole temporal foreknowledge factors into a whole new level, right? So the way that those modifications are expressed is by the slight modifications of existing function. So what they're for 100 years we're arguing is, this is evidence of novel information coming through mutation.
Right.
Actually, it's turning out that it actually already the functional capabilities already existed.
That's incredible.
They were
that alone is incredible.
Pre-programmed,
pre-existent. That's amazing.
So when you really think about this from a macro level, right? It's a holy crap.
Yeah.
All of these potential if-thens are already accounted for.
Yeah.
And so that when you think about this, that requires knowing what these potential environmental factors are going to be at some point, not in the current, but in the future, these types of things, or hey, maybe this animal migrates to a different area.
Right.
And when you really start to think about those things, it's like, I'm sure you probably are aware of like the Darwin's finches argument.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, what the people who originally went and did some of the whole, hey, let's look into the Darwin's finches things like 40 years ago and like followed it for 40 years, right? It turns out, as we discovered more and more about epigenetics, they actually determined that what the evolutionists, activists love to leverage, look at all these new species, it's evolution. Oh yeah, actually turns out those are epigenetic variables that go away after about 3 generations if the environmental variable that caused them to be executed inside the genetic code, if that's removed, they go back to normal.
Right.
Or whatever the modification was, it goes away within like 2 or 3 generations.
Wow.
So when you really start to think about that, it's like, you do realize that going down this argument path actually sets you up to just be annihilated.
Isn't that amazing? And usually when they try to falsify it, they make it worse on themselves. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, completely. And that's why so many of the the researchers that I'm referring to in this stuff is they're starting to be like, look, you hardcore idiots who refuse to actually consider any other conclusion other than your dogma of Darwinism. You do realize that there's a boatload of stuff we're realizing that completely negates the foundational premise of our argument.
Absolutely.
We have to start looking for new alternatives.
No, absolutely.
Otherwise, the only conclusion is it must have been designed.
Exactly. I mean, it reaches a point of just, when you have as much evidence as you do, so much fine tuning, so much, nuance and artistry and precision and our personal biology. I mean, how much more do you actually need at a certain point? I mean, You know, I mean, again, the atheists like to make fun of them, but you look at the Stone Age people, you know, the people that had a very limited perception and understanding the universe, they had no clue how complex they were. I mean, barely at an organ level, they knew how complex they were. Think about how complex we are just in the way how our organs work together. And then the cells inside the organs and all those specific cell groups that have their own specific coding of DNA to form those specific types of cells and those specific types of organs and those little microstructures in there that are all doing their jobs. I mean, the further you get down, I mean, if we could go back in time and present what we know now, I mean, it would have been astounding to these people. It would have been considered tantamount to a divine revelation.
If there hadn't been, I make this argument on a regular basis. If there had not been a almost 100 years before the Watson and Crick discovered the double helix and so on, if that knowledge had been known, even at that foundational level, not let alone what we know now.
Indeed.
In Darwin's day, Darwinism would never have. I mean, it would have been completely unsubstantiated and crushed. Like nobody would have actually taken that seriously if we knew what we know now.
I think you're right.
And now we have 150 years. I think they just celebrated the 150-year anniversary of Darwin and Origin of Species, and it's like, you know, you guys can't. There is so much evidence, and literally, and if you go and read a lot of these papers, huge portions of their papers are used to try and somehow figure out how what they have discovered falls inside of, could be possible through evolution, like the traditional models.
Right.
And, you know, so the first half are actually outlining what they discovered is surprisingly, indeed, amazingly, you know, is starting their paragraphs, right? We did not expect to find, you know, whatever, and insert whatever they discovered, right?
Right.
And counterintuitively, you know, all these different things, and it's like, okay, and then in your conclusion, you're sitting here trying to figure out how in the heck this could possibly have occurred through undirected process.
Exactly.
Because everything you're discovering about it screams design.
Yeah, and that's what infuriates me when some of the atheists, particularly your opponent, RJ Downard, starts to play with what chance and randomness actually mean. And he starts to say things like automatic and stuff like that. Like, no. There is two sides to this argument. There is either an intelligence behind it or not. And if there's no intelligence behind it, then there is no other way to classify it than a product of chance. Like there's no other way to formulate that, which means that you have to rely upon all the fine-tuning metrics and variables and all of the nuance in our programming. You have to depend upon all that to actually be produced from non-intelligence. Well, you want to call it chance or you want to say it's not chance, I don't care. It's equally disastrous by just taking the negation that it's non-intelligent origin.
Sidebar in the chat, I think it's Simeon or something. DNA does not contain information.
Oh my God, no one said that, right? No, that's got to be a joke, right?
No, it's not a joke. I get that argument you would be amazed if you go look through some of the chats and stuff.
That's a real comment.
They make that's a ad nauseum argument, supposed argument.
Oh my word!
It does not contain information. I'm like, there are literally. Biosemiotics is literally an entire discipline now that has been built on the informational requirement of biology. Like
he does understand it's a language, right? Like you can't, like, how can you have a language capable of making coherent sense with no information? Explain that.
Well, that's the thing. They categorically, these atheists, activists, they categorically deny that it's a language. They categorically deny.
You can't. That's against science if you're saying that, because the only way the information can be interpreted is if it's part of a language. It doesn't make sense.
Well, yes, and that there's values assigned to it, the arbitrary value assignments, and the syntax, semantics, and pragmatics.
Exactly.
And the irony is, just for an example, just give you a quick read of a couple papers on this. So the title, The Linguistics of DNA, Word, Sentences, Grammar, Phonetics, and Semantics. And they go into like a huge dive into this whole deal. Linguistic features of non-coding DNA sequences. That's in their paper. I mean, there's tons of these, right? This has been being discussed for 30 years. However, the atheists go, I mean, they try to make this argument from, remember we were talking earlier, you and I were talking about, they try to make these arguments from authority, even if they don't actually know.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of them is, oh, it's just an interpretation. You are, it's an analogy, all those kind of things. There's another one, an introduction to molecular linguistics. I mean, so when you really think about it, it's like you guys are in a straight up attempt to circumvent this piece because, as we've talked about earlier, if this is true, then there's really only one truly logical conclusion. And that all of the arguments that you and I are making this debate and other people like ourselves have made these arguments, we are standing on an extraordinarily solid foundation.
Agreed. Couldn't agree with you more, brother. It's certainly much more solid than the vacuum that they seem to be standing on.
How about a quick side, but they also deny.
No, go ahead.
They, in conjunction with denial of language, they deny that it's a code, right? There's another one. Review of application of coding theory in genetic sequence analysis. I mean, it's like when you think about these things, I mean, I'm like, have you? Okay, by the way, here's another.
You don't even have to read the article, like the headlines alone.
But one of my favorites of all time is from the Royal Society, okay, which is considered one of the premier academic institutions in the world, right?
Right.
Title of the paper, DNA as Information. Which is why I just laugh hysterically when they make these supposed challenges.
You see,
and it's just like, do you not realize you accuse me of cherry picking and you accuse me of having no knowledge and
the
arguments from incredulity, and I'm like, I don't know what more I have to present to prove the foundation of my position.
The desperation is just palpable. It really is. It's unbelievable. Well played, sir. Well played.
Just mentioned Kalam.
Well, no, actually.
Yeah, no one mentioned Kalam.
Mentioned cosmological arguments, and Kalam is one of those.
Okay, but none of us referenced a Kalam argument at all.
No, but it's particularly relevant because began to exist. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. And you can say the same thing about life.
Sir, why are you arguing an argument we haven't made?
But what I'm saying is that it is relevant because that could get you to some type of creative thing, but not necessarily. It's unbelievably, all you've demonstrated is that life is unbelievably rare. You haven't demonstrated that intelligence is required for that.
I think we've just been outlining reasons why intelligence was required, and you're trying to insert an argument which we did not bring up. And the point I made in my opening statement of, in any other context, if I came to you and something that required nanotechnology, coding, programming, et cetera, was presented, and I said it did not require a intelligent agent to exist, would you think that I was using rational thought? And in no other context would that be considered rational. Now, in that same argument, or that same example, whether or not I could explain the origin of the original source of how all of those things that I just mentioned came into being is not relevant to whether or not that entity was required for them to exist. And all it is a dodge of the
smokescreen,
the ultimate question, which is, if in order for life to exist, we have things that are so astronomically improbable and have to occur in simultaneous fashion in order for life to exist, and require immaterial meaning to be assigned arbitrarily in order to be executed. In what other context would any human with a modicum of intellect argue that is the reasonable conclusion that, oh, hey, it just happened? And we don't know how it happened. Therefore, your argument that, hey, this seems more logical, plausible, and probable that an intelligent agent was required. No, that person's the one that's irrational.
You're appealing to a mystery to solve.
Bro, that was beautiful. Seriously, that was beautiful. Like, I didn't even want to say anything. I was just like, I was sitting there like, yes, thank you, John. Like, I was so happy for that, man. Seriously, kudos. That was a nice little moment.
Appreciate it. I went on a little diatribe there for a second.
Loved it. No, it was perfect. It was spot on. And you know what? You were really just reeling him back onto the topic, and on top of that, you really nailed a hard blow, onto defeat this. And watch, he's going to dodge it because they just ran away from every single thing we presented.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Smokey.
Why is the model the God of the gaps? I know you guys seem to keep trying to throw that on us. Why is that so inferior to the I don't know but not God of the gaps?
I love that, by the way. That was a great line.
Appreciate it.
The God of the gaps is not the answer of I don't know. It is here's an answer, but you haven't demonstrated that answer.
So what would falsify the I don't know but not God? What would...
No, is that not a fair question? If you have now provided a compendium of evidence to support a conclusion, and they have refused to accept any of the evidence that you have put forward, is it not reasonable to say, okay, what do you require?
Yes. I mean, when the next two things that come up too, I love, man. For that starting point where you just started that counterpoint to them, that was fantastic. I may
clip it. Save it. By the way,
I may steal that line because
go, please. Hey, you know what? All of this is for the strengthening of the brotherhood. I own none of this. You know what? Everything that I say, everything that is good, everything that is useful for the furthering of the kingdom of God is directly from the Holy Spirit. Anything I say that helps you, brothers, steal it, use it, promote it, spread it out there, give it to the other Christians, tell them to use it against the ignorant, low-thinking atheists, and don't let them get away with this garbage. Brother, please. You know what? And by the way, and let me throw this at you too. Anything on my channel that I post that you want to clip, cut, download, put on yours, feel free. Anything you come across my channel, oh, that's a cool little thing that Smokey said in that spot. I think I'll load that clip up, or I'll download this video and load it up on my channel. Please, I'm not connected to this stuff. And for all I know, YouTube, crazy Susan Witch or whatever her name is, could just decide to shut me down after I decide to have a really poignant topic. But then at least all my stuff's out there with other people too. So, and I make this out there to all the people that find my stuff, clip it, use it. I mean, change stuff and change values and maybe even change perspectives and maybe lengths of time, just because YouTube has those algorithms right now where they're trying to flag people and grab them for that. But please, everyone, use my stuff. John, you too. Anything here you want, take it.
Same to you, and same to everybody.
Beautiful. Okay, let's let it roll.
Finally lead you to accept that there's clearly some intelligent design in the universe and life. What would falsify your position?
Demonstrating yours.
Well, in our opinions, to our recollection, we believe we've done a pretty darn good job, yet you stand in a stance of rejection. So I would expect you to delineate for us what your standard of evidence would be for you to change your position. Otherwise, you're not falsifiable. You're just constantly sitting in a position where you can move goalposts anytime you want.
Oh, no. Sorry, go ahead.
My position is, and I had made reference to the fact that I have a call-in show where I take calls from theists. I have been asked this question before. And my answer never ceases to kind of piss people off, and I can only
by the way, John, I do hope you can appreciate it. While I did not at any point ever want to mention morality, there was literally no other way to answer his question without it. And I just hope you appreciate that. I was not trying to do this, but there was no other way to do it.
I don't know what would convince me that a God exists, but if God does exist, He knows.
I
remain unconvinced.
I have a problem with that.
Okay.
How do you know you could be convinced then?
Can God do anything?
He can't violate his own rules and integrity of the system in which he designed.
So he can't do anything then?
Correct. He can't do anything.
Right. So your God is not all powerful.
He is, but he's all powerful within what is logically.
He is,
capable
but
of
he
power
can't
to
do everything.
He can do what power can logically do, and he cannot violate his own morals. All of his actions of power must fall within the scope of his moral programming of what he can do.
I had no choice, and I had no choice because that is always the failure of the type of false deity that atheists create in their mind in order to create a straw man to falsify Christianity. And what they do is they create a almighty, all-powerful, can do anything type of God, even logically impossible things like creating square circles or tesseracts in a three-dimensional space. This is the type of power they attribute to a deity when they picture a deity. They picture someone violating the natures or integrity of the system that they created just for the sake of validating the frail perceptions of the atheist to actually perceive him with the compendium of evidence he's already provided. Okay, so it's just it ends up being very fallacious. Thank you. Susan says that she's very proud of us. She put that in the chat. Our mod is very proud of us. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate that. We did the best I could. Anything you want to add there, John? Are you there?
I was saying, no, I was long-winded. You actually embodied everything I would have said in that context. So
beautiful.
Actually, more than I would have in a much better sense. So
sweet. Okay, awesome. We'll let it go.
Whoa, guys, we're starting to branch into morality now. Sure seems like you're talking.
Yeah, I tried so hard.
All right, well, I'm just
laying
if you want to. I know you want to go into morality. I know you're aching for it. And by the way,
a whole separate
I am aware of that, and I would love to. I'll tell you what. I promise you, sir. I am happy to come on your show, sit there as long as you like, answer any questions that you have.
I probably shouldn't have said that because I really would prefer to do a debate, but we're going to do that anyway. So
laying a framework. That's all.
No, that's cool, but I don't.
He wants to do a debate too, I'm sure.
Morality. That's not what I'm doing at all.
I'm trying not to either.
But you were the one who brought up morality.
Apologies. I was simply attempting to lay a framework of understanding of how my God has to function.
How your God, the God you don't want to defend.
The God that I'm not here.
You want to define God as this nebulous.
He was so desperate to get us to go there.
Well, you guys don't see.
The purpose of this debate is to discuss the evidence for or against God.
We're still waiting to see that.
So far, we have been presenting evidence for why of the observable that we believe to be evidence for a creator.
Did I pose a challenge to them at the very beginning to just provide me falsification criteria for any of their claims? Have they done that once?
No.
With anything?
Not a single time. And by the way, I should have done that. I may create a slide of this just for entertainment purposes. And okay, so the definition of evidence: the available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true or valid, or as a verb, be or show evidence of. I'm like, I don't know what we were presenting that doesn't fall exactly into the dictionary definition.
This is why it's useless when they say that's not evidence. Okay, because once they say that, if they're going to take a position of saying what it isn't, then that means that they are only coming to that conclusion based upon a clear definition of what it is. Okay, so if you're going to say our examples of evidence are invalid, you should be able to give us the contrary to show us why. They can't do that because that requires them to take a position, which they don't have.
Well, they have. They just refuse to admit that they have.
Right, because then they look ridiculous. Of course. Okay. My mouse. I think I need new batteries in my mouse. Okay.
I haven't really heard anything
Strongly
from
disagree.
y'all.
I would posit that you have presented arguments. You have presented no evidence.
Arguments.
And one of the things that's interesting. Okay, so let's talk about science for a second. You said that it's so clear that everything is.
If we presented arguments, then why didn't they attack the arguments? Like we're not allowed to present arguments. We need evidence, and if we present evidence, they need arguments. That's lovely.
But here's the other thing: isn't in the debates meaning of argument isn't the evidence a part of the argument?
It is. It's a necessary component. Well, there has to be established and agreed upon presuppositions to make an argument. You need the premises to be valid and based upon, accepted truths. At least you need to have some sort of base framework for both parties to agree on, and then you can build off of that. But they just want to skew all of these perspectives and these weird parameters. It was almost a little frustrating to get to like understand like why they were so afraid to even just take any position at all, because I was expecting like them to eventually throw out multiverse or universe farting pixies or any of that stuff, and I was ready for it. They just wouldn't even do that.
Nah, there's no counterpoints.
Yeah, ridiculous. Okay, well, let it go.
Designed, right? So more than 99% of every species that has ever lived on this planet is now extinct. So to take a line from Christopher Hitchens, some design.
It's a beautiful design.
That could be designed by intent so that we have all the wonderful resources that we enjoy today for our beautiful first world culture. What's the issue?
Yeah. By the way,
Oh,
I gotta pause this for a second. Who in the audience or who that ends up finding this video thinks that it's bad that there were so many creatures that got the chance to live and flourish and then eventually die and go through the experience? What would you rather happen? They never existed? Because the fact that they died, so that's somehow some terrible, terrible thing. So you wish them out of existence to have never had the chance to live. I do not understand atheist logic sometimes. It's almost like they have this idea that they should, like, I don't know, in order to minimize suffering, they should minimize life. Less people in the world, less suffering, less animals being provided for meat packing industries, so therefore less suffering. Do they realize they have to actually cancel out life to bring their weird, bizarre, subjective ideologies into fruition?
Well, honestly, I think the vast majority of them don't actually even contemplate the foundational point you were making about that.
Ridiculous.
Like, they don't actually think about that. It's, I was told that this equals this, and this is why I shouldn't believe in God. I mean, that's I honestly don't think the vast
sounds legit.
even think beyond the foundation of, or actually look for the foundation of
Right.
whether or not that premise is true or false or reasonable or unreasonable.
Right. Agreed. Absolutely. Yeah, no, spot
issue
on.
with it.
Well, I don't either.
But for a God that designed everything perfectly, I mean,
Define perfect.
Don't you believe it was designed perfectly?
I believe that when he created it, he said it's good, sufficient.
It's good. It's sufficient.
Yeah, he didn't know how to handle that.
It's a word to use. He didn't call it perfect.
So
Perfection has to do with the eye of the person making the design. It could have imperfections designed into it for the sake of maintaining the integrity of its purpose.
Okay.
Do we fall into that category?
In my opinion, yes.
Oh God, see, I shouldn't have let him do
How
that
about
to
wisdom
me.
teeth?
No, actually, I'm glad you did. Actually,
Now we're going just down.
No, if you want to go down
rabbit
vestigial arguments, we can go ahead and do so. It's
trail. Yeah,
actually-
please go ahead, sir. Go
It's
ahead.
actually been shown and accepted outside of the atheist talking points memos that if the reason that we think that wisdom teeth aren't needed is because we have such soft diets now. When you're actually chewing on roughage, it actually expands the jaw, and the wisdom teeth are actually very, very useful. Same thing with your appendix, right? Oh, that's just a vestigial organ. Oh, wait, turns out that's actually a major component that houses bacteria for illnesses. And if anything happens where your bowels get flushed, it replaces the bacterial flora that we need to live. And
I'm sorry. Susan just made a brilliant point. The argument debate is won if your opponents agree with the premises or evidence and the conclusion which follows is valid. I agree. I agree, Susan. And you know what, John, I had this kind of thought in my head because, I'm still, again, this is brand new to me, but I figure if at any point in the debate, if we had forced them into a argument corner where they had to basically take no other position than saying, yes, we believe that this could at least possibly denote an intelligence. I mean, at that point, we've by reason of how debates work, we've won at that point, right?
I mean, theoretically, yes.
Theoretically.
From a judge, if we were in like a debate competition, then
Right.
yeah, I mean, obviously, I would say that there are multiple times where we had them in that position. I mean,
Right.
one that's off the top of my head is the whole comparison I made about, hey, does this technology require an intelligent agent? Yes. Okay. Then if the exact same things are required for life, no. I mean, they're like, no. I mean, at that point, so you're just denying rational conclusion. I mean, anyway.
Well, and I love that she says that, because there's an interesting point. There's an important point that she says. It says, your debate is won if your opponents agree with the premises or evidence. How would we be able to agree on the premises or evidence if we don't know what their premises or evidences are?
That's a very good point. And they also refuse to take any position. So I would say,
agreed.
Well, I think we almost won by default. If
yeah,
by refuses to have a position, then you win by default.
Exactly. You know what? I think I'm right there with you. I think we had the same epiphany at the same moment. I think it was a default win for us. Okay.
Up until relatively recently, we didn't know that. So it's, oh, hey, let's go cut it. It's a vestigial leftover of evolution. Oh, wait, turns out that's not the case. The coccyx. Oh, it's been argued. Oh, it's an element of the tail. It's a drop off from 8 transitions and whatnot. Oh, wait, actually, it turns out it's a requirement for bipedal transportation.
That was an amazing point, by the way.
A significant factor as an anchor for different tendons and muscles that enable us to walk upright. I mean, there's many of these things we could go down that in the last 20, 30, 40 years that were foundational arguments of supposedly vestigial leftovers they have discovered are actually have specifically defined purpose. And it's ironic that they are continuing to be used by atheist activists, and that somehow they are evidence against creation and evidence for evolution, but it's rapidly becoming realized that is not the case. Same thing with junk DNA. And it's all this leftover stuff. They're rapidly discovering that is not the case. And if you do not believe me, I suggest you go and read papers from places such as Nature Biology, Nature Cellular on there was 17 of them, which I read on January 17th, actually, of this year. It was the largest conglomerate simultaneous publication, and it was all about medical research.
It was a beautiful point. This was wonderful, John. I love this.
A vast percentage of cancers are directly caused by mutations in what has been argued by the evolutionists as junk DNA that has no function. Turns out it actually does.
By the way, you just literally made the argument that scientific negligence over the recognition of what junk DNA does set us potentially back decades in cancer research. Do you realize that?
Oh yeah, I mean that's it. It's actually pretty interesting. There is a rapidly growing divide between evolutionary biologists and medical researchers. And I briefly mentioned this, but it's not just I think in a couple seconds I mentioned that piece, but it's a rapidly growing, like, you guys are some freaking idiots.
The assumption that those components were not intended or designed to be there has potentially cost thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of lives.
I have no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And the irony, going even beyond cancer, is they're actually finding this out to be the case in the vast majority of disease of any kind are caused by mutations in because here's the thing that people, you may know this, but a lot of the average person may not know this. So the supposed foundation for Darwinism is similarities in the coding genes, right? Specifically for proteins. Oh my God, we have 96, 98, 42, similarity in, these different life forms have similar coding genes. Mm-hmm. Well, as we were talking about, they've been ignoring the non-coding, right? Well, they're finding out there's actually massive differences between organisms and different species in the non-coding regions. Massive differences. And it's like, cool. So you're looking at 1, maybe 2% of the genome and applying the similarities of some of the tools while completely ignoring the other 98% that have vast differences that we're now finding out are the logic rules, have the pragmatic variables accounted for.
Yeah.
You've ignored all of that while
Yeah.
hyper-focused on this microcosm that's like, dude, you are looking at the fact that, hey, this house was built and they used drills and screwdrivers and saws and welders. But then ignoring the fact that one of them is a 2-bedroom and the other is a 25,000 square foot mansion. But arguing that they are basically the exact same thing because similar tool types were used to build them.
Right.
Like, do you not realize? I'm not saying you, but rhetorically, like, do you not realize how stupid that argument is? And it's just like I say, like in this context, would you believe it? It's like, okay, in this context, you completely ignored the entire architectural blueprint for all these different, variables and all the interior design factors for this mansion, and then claimed that the shack is where that mansion came from because there was a subnote that said, hey, we need a saw, a tool, or a hammer and a drill. Like, are you kidding me? That's what you're claiming proves your argument?
Right. No, it is. And it is that shallow too. And that's what makes me so kind of depressed about it. And this is what was my frustration when I started to challenge him on how we classify creatures through morphology, through what they look like, and only through what they look like. That's not a method to determine anything, let alone ancestry. And if you would have let me get down that road, it would have been wonderful. But that
one of my favorite arguments about that is, to counter them on those pieces is,
please,
okay, so if we came across 2 skeletons, and one of which was a little person, the other was Shaq. And we did not know that little people are humans with different genetic disorders that cause the modifications to their skeletal structure.
The evolutionists would think one led to the other.
Well, that, or would you think they were completely separate species?
Right. Same
thing with, and this is where it goes to what are the variables that are already pre-programmed to be possible? So let's take it to another level. If you found, again, you have no pre-knowledge, right, of this. These are completely new things you've come across. You have no context, right?
Right.
You found the skeleton of a Chihuahua and a Greyhound. Would you think that they are separate species based on skeletal structure? I would wager that
potentially, yes.
You might think it's a similar family,
right?
But you wouldn't necessarily. Maybe. But when you think about the dramatic differences in,
there's quite a few.
Okay, they have 4 legs and a tail and ears and they have some fangs. That does not narrow it down.
No,
right?
At all. No.
Especially I use Greyhound as an example because like the Greyhounds, I mean, their skeleton or their spines are dramatically longer.
Right.
And a different like proportion.
Right.
Legs are different proportion. The neck is shaped, has different shape. It's like, cool. So now you're down to they have fangs, 4 legs, and a tail.
Right.
And like a similar number of ribs.
Right.
Okay. I could easily argue that it's a completely different life form. We're different, completely different species. And that's within one that we don't even argue has a speciation. That's within one we currently agree is the same species. That differentiation is allowed for. Right. And you're going to sit here and argue that these supposed minor modifications that we're seeing in skeletons are somehow evidence of your argument about speciation being the result of random chance versus pre-existing variables that are allowed. Anyway, Enough of that tangent.
Incredible.
That was long.
Yeah, Slam RN agrees with us. She's a nurse, by the way, and she says the religion of Darwinism has cost many lives, and the advancement of medicine slowed down decades due to anti-scientific atheist assumptions. I couldn't agree more.
Well said.
Couldn't agree more. Beautifully said, Susan. Thank you.
Beyond that, they literally, in their conclusions, state things such as the fact that we've been calling this junk DNA for so long has led to us not focusing on it, and we are actually years behind where we could be on understanding the genome and saving lives and controlling illnesses. And we would have much greater technologies that would have been developed if we hadn't operated from this perspective that's junk DNA, and have been are literally calling for it to be redefined. And I'm just using that as an example of there's a plethora of things that people in a desperate attempt to deny the premise of a creator and to not negate their supposed evidence for evolution, which ultimately they're using to circumvent the requirement for a creator, has actually resulted in us knowing less about how to control disease. I mean, if that's not ironic, I don't know what is.
So a couple quick things too. You said that wisdom teeth are actually pretty useful. It's pretty interesting because
He obviously didn't listen to my point about that earlier.
Not at all.
85%. So that's interesting for something that's useful. And you also brought up genome, which is interesting because Francis Collins, the head of the Human Genome Project, accepts evolution. So I find that interesting.
I don't reject evolution.
You just think God did it?
I just think God was the source of the beginning of life. I have no issue with evolution or speciation or many of those conclusions. I have an issue with some of the philosophies, which I think are circular and unsubstantiated. But other than that, a lot of the findings
And that's not even really completely 100% accurate, but that's as much as I felt I had time to go into with the direction we were going to go. But I think you get what I was probably getting at, right,
Right.
John? Yeah.
that I completely agree with.
So you accept that we're apes?
No, I wouldn't
See,
go that far because
and this is where they have to stretch it to the morphology, like we were just discussing. They say, so we look alike, therefore we must be related. That's where they go. And because this particular species lived in this period of time before it went extinct, and it kind of looks like us and is close to us in this regard, therefore we must be descended from it. This is fallacious, ungrounded, circular reasoning. It has absolutely no basis in reality, and it reeks of desperation, religious sophistry to cling to non-theistic models.
Well said. As a sidebar, this is the title of another paper.
Yeah.
Differences in human and chimpanzee gene expression patterns define an evolving network of transcription factors in the brain. So basically, I won't bore you with all the details, but basically what this boils down to is, guess where the significant difference in gene expression in between chimps and humans is. A, it's in the brain. B, it's like 15% difference. And what they're discovering, it's like, oh wow, this gigantic difference. I mean, 15% is big.
Oh, it ends up being huge. Oh, yes.
It's massive from a genetic level, right?
Oh, absolutely.
It's looking like this giant difference has major significance in cognitive function.
Far more than the atheists have ever wanted to give credit to it.
Right, and they still make these arguments about the chimp human DNA similarities, and I'm like, yeah, cool, that's great. Now let's apply some of the things I talked about earlier, and I think later on, but the microRNAs and some of these other temporal variables and modification stuff. So it turns out, and this is something we discovered relatively recently, like within the last decade of really starting to understand it, is that those microRNAs can alter the outcome of so you have gene sequence number 1, right?
Right.
This microRNA, depending on where it binds with that gene sequence after it's transcribed in mRNA, before it goes into the ribosome, can literally result in 1,000 different protein outcomes from the exact same gene sequence. So the core data can be modified on the fly to result in 1,000 different variables based on environmental factors and signals that are sent to designate what outcome is actually needed in that moment.
Incredible.
And guess which species has the most of these microRNA variables? Humans.
Humans.
And
They
the
would have to be.
difference, there's like
Incredible.
I think it's like 96 different families of these, because there's like subset microRNAs. There's like humans have, like, of the known ones they discovered so far, I think it's like 95 or 96 different families of these separate humans and chimps.
Wow, that could separate us on a biological level with a gap that I don't think evolution could ever fill.
Well, no, and the other thing is, and I won't go too far down this, but what cracks me up is, it's only 96% difference. Okay, what that actually constitutes in base pairs is about 35 million. And when you get into when you really start to boil that down, it's like, okay, folks, let's think about this. You're arguing that very slow mutations resulted in all these new functions that are required to have the differentiation post, man-ape split, right?
Right.
And it's like, okay, let's do some extraordinarily basic math. You only have, per your own timeline, you only have somewhere between, depending on which range you're using, you only have somewhere between 240 and 300,000 generational cycles to account for 35 million.
That's impossible. The math doesn't
variations.
work.
And you have to think about this. I think that I forget which math. The math boils down to, like, you have to have 116 to like 130 something variations that occur, but 100% of them have to be exactly what is needed for the new functions to occur, right? And there can be no errors. Like, every single one has to be positive, but per the theory, the standard model theory of nearly neutral mutations, your argument is that most mutations don't actually cause any change.
It's astounding.
In order to account for this variation that we know beyond all doubt exists,
right,
you have to have a bunch of them, all of which in every single generation must be 100% positive in terms of them being the results, not just that they occurred, but they occurred in a way that resulted in a positive function.
Incredible.
And so to me, when you really contemplate what this means, it's like, I don't really give a rat's ass if there's a 1% variation. The 1% variation is massive.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed.
And that's before you account for the variations I was talking about that are, the same, there's this same base sequence. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It can end up into be 1,000 different things.
Absolutely.
It is executed in a specific way. Anyway.
Agreed.
It's gone.
No, spot on.
I went a little tangent there. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. It was worth it. I loved it. I think we both had a little tangent there.
That's a different type of speciation conversation.
Yeah, then you don't accept evolution.
Okay. Because I don't care what you think, we're apes.
And here's where I challenge them.
We're apes. That's not even open for discussion. We're animals and we're apes.
So the fact that we only know that from morphological classifications doesn't bother you?
It's in our DNA. We are do you deny that we're hominids?
Well, you're just going back to the morphological argument.
No, I'm
I asked
asking
you a question.
Do you accept that we're hominids?
I accept that we're a class of that group that we have classified as that, sure, but through morphological classification, and that's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, so
how do we come to the classification? That's all I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I'm not a scientist. I've
now suddenly he's not a scientist.
Like all of the biology.
This is 100% true. I can't defend it. I don't know. Maybe I'm not a scientist. I mean, it's a runaway.
I mean, he was so ready to go into, no, we're apes. We know we're apes. I know we're apes. Okay, let's go into how you know we're apes. Oh, well, I'm not a scientist. Help me. John, help me. What do you do? What do you do when this happens? What do you even do when this happens?
I mean, you just keep on.
I mean, really,
keep on going. It's like, really. Usually, I roll my eyes, and it's just like, okay.
Yeah. If you want to sit back and put your head back.
Well, no, I think I'm just
funny stuff. Then what I suggest you do, don't bother trying to.
Here it is again.
Because there's a Nobel Prize waiting for you to take down Darwin, and so much fame you won't be able to handle it.
I'm actually just trying to get you to elaborate for me, since you have so much faith in it, how you understand.
That's a false equivocation, but
whatever. No, he didn't like that. He didn't like that, John.
Yeah, what cracks me up about that, it's a false equivocation. Like, you literally just said you don't know this and you don't have
Exactly.
qualifications to know this. So I'm calling you out on that because you adamantly 30 seconds prior, or actually 10 seconds prior, insisted it was 100% true. Okay.
And now I'm challenging you on how you know it's 100% true, and you say, I don't know, I'm not a scientist.
False.
Okay. Okay.
Actually, no, it's not, because
I'm
I
you just admitted
trust it.
and you trust that what you are being told is correct.
No, I said that I've read stuff.
Okay, so you've read stuff. So you
Yeah.
believe what you have read, right?
I believe.
Okay, so
accept the
Beautiful,
scientific
brother.
consensus.
Beautiful.
If you don't, pony up,
okay,
pony
so
up,
there
and go
are-
get
there
your
are-
Nobel Prize.
There are many people who
Citation,
are.
please.
Oh, we're gonna get on that rabbit hole.
See, and at this point, I think he's looking petty. What do you think?
Oh, it's the standard. Well, you heard listen to my debate with RJ Downard. He asked that question about 1 billion times.
Right. At this point, it's starting to feel petty.
Already issued some citations, and I haven't heard of one from you, bro. So
Oh no, I used your source book as my citations.
my
to
what's my
prove
source?
you-
What's my
The
source?
Bible.
I'm
You're
not using the
Christians.
Bible.
You don't
I'm
even
not
want to
using
go.
the Bible. I'm not
You
using
don't
the
even
Bible.
want to go down that road.
I'm
See,
not-
that's amazing. We have not opened the Bible once for any of our references, any of our arguments, any of our points, anything that we have brought to the table. Not any of it has come out of the Bible, and yet he still is obsessed that
I
he didn't.
used your source book. Like, what are you referring
What
to?
are you
man?
talking about?
Yeah,
Unreal.
I'm not using the Bible. I'm using
If you
secular
are
sources.
a Christian,
So you
then
know
I
you-
hold you
so
to
basically-
your
Yeah,
Sir,
standard.
I don't
for
think you
Christian.
need to
hang on,
police
hang
our
on.
theology. I don't
Okay.
think you need to police our theology. We don't need to.
Okay.
Well
censor
said,
it.
Smokey.
Smokey.
I just want to ask a
Let me-
question.
let me
I just want to ask
Let me
a
respond to this
question
guy
super
real
quick.
It's getting kind of okay.
I'm gonna respond to this
One
guy
second.
real quick, James. You know that you're getting your ass kicked right now. And you're trying to spin this and
Beautiful.
about the Bible and all that stuff. You don't actually know a darn thing about the arguments you're making. Oh, I've read a few things, but I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Your arguments are false. Oh, it's not in the Bible. Like we've literally presented
Arguments,
with
no evidence.
No,
I just
If
want to
you
ask one
believe-
thing very, very quickly.
One
Ignorance of the
person at a time.
evidence
Let's go
doesn't
to
mean-
either. Let's give our skeptic side a chance to respond to what John just said. So let's go to Rib or Michael.
No, Rib.
Okay, so
Go.
the motion tonight is there evidence for God? And considering that this has become a bit of a hot topic in the last minute or two, which God? Because
theism
if we
means
can't
there is a higher
narrow
power
that
required.
down, because if we can't narrow that down,
Why can't you just deal
we're
with our
gonna be
arguments?
talking past each other? So surely we would need to specify a God in order to evaluate whether or not there is evidence for it.
I was so
Why
desperate
can't you just deal with our
to just get them to
arguments?
go to our arguments.
because I don't know what God you are defending. If
Yeah,
you
it was getting annoying at that point. You're arguing is that
why it matters, because the motion is there evidence for God, and if we don't specify it, then like we can't answer.
See,
the
and you
question.
know why he's
We will
doing
be
that?
talking past each
This
other.
is the thing, and this is the atheist game. Okay, this is the atheist game. They need to know the God so that they can use their typical script that they use to falsify that
So they
God.
can go to your source book.
Exactly. They have their own little narrow, close-minded perspectives of your theology and your beliefs that they're going to try to force on you because that's what they've falsified. You see, they've convinced themselves that that's what you have to believe. And whether or not you believe it is ultimately irrelevant to them sometimes, which is sad and fallacious. But they're going to tell us what our book is supposed to be telling us to do, and they know nothing about it. And generally, they have literalistic interpretations from strict eisegesis. They know nothing about cultural history. They know nothing about the literature of the culture or the cultures that they came from. They know nothing about interpretation or exegesis or how we interpret our own books in order to get our moral theologies. They know none of it, yet they're going to tell us what we're supposed to believe and what we're supposed to do,
While claiming there's no proof.
while claiming there's no proof.
And
That's
they
down.
don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know. Amazing, incredible.
because on the assumption that you were here defending Vishnu and I am here arguing against Jesus, then we are literally talking past each other.
We
So
couldn't
if we don't
possibly
narrow down what God we are talking about, then we're going to be talking in circles, and that's not very productive.
if you are aware of the differences of the God claims out there, you would know there's no chance that we're trying to defend Vishnu if we're talking about a God outside our universe. So if you are so aware of all the different God claims, you shouldn't have a difficult time narrowing it down.
No,
then
I'm
take
not
the
having
stance
a
that the God
difficult
you
time
think is
Because
narrowing
we're
it
pretty
down,
much the
but
only
for
ones ever
some
claiming.
reason- But for some reason, neither of the two of you are willing to defend Christianity.
It's
Okay,
not on
so
debate tonight.
Specifically.
It's not on debate tonight.
Smokey,
That's
one-
not what we're talking about.
Smokey, one interjection.
Well, is it not the God that you believe in?
Definition of theism: belief in the existence of God or gods, specifically belief in the existence of one God viewed as the creative source of the human race and the world, who transcends yet is immanent in the world. That is literally what we are arguing that there is evidence for. That is it. You guys can't actually counter our arguments, or are refusing to, or are not knowledgeable enough in order to do so, and are trying to spin this over into a religious, debating a religion versus theism, the theistic belief.
I
in
did
a
see some side
creator
chats
of the
saying,
universe,
"What's
which is
happening? The
what
atheists
we
are
here to
losing."
debate and make pretty clear from the beginning. But from y'all's opening statements, you obviously had nothing other than, hey, we're going to try and turn this into a Christianity versus atheism debate. So what are we here to do? Because it's not to debate Christianity. It's here to debate theism and evidence for God.
Which God? It's always going to go back to that question. Which God?
I
Did
had
you
to
not listen
try
to
and
the
shut this
definition I
up.
just read?
Yeah, I did. But
Okay, the creative
you
source of the
didn't
human
even
race in the
define it.
world.
there are different standards. Okay, hang on. Would you agree that there are different standards
Put it on pause for a second.
necessary
Sure.
to
Oh,
prove
sorry.
or to
1 second.
disprove certain gods?
Go ahead.
That whole deal of which God just irritated the crap out of
Me too.
It's like, I don't know how many times I have to reiterate, and I'm pretty sure that the average person with a modicum of knowledge of philosophy
hmm
knows that theism does not require I'm talking about the concept of theism,
hmm
does not require religious delineation or God-specific delineation in order. I mean, this is like philosophy 101 in terms of what is theism. I'm talking from a high level, like the top level perspective, which is what we were debating, right?
Completely agree.
It's
Absolutely.
like, do you not realize it's like the top level category, and then all of the things you're trying to force us to pick from are nested below that.
Yeah.
Like hello.
Yeah. What is why are you guys not able to make these I seriously was trying to understand why cannot they not make this connection with us? What is going on? You're like, really, I was having that type of are we dealing with like a retard moment? Or I mean, not to be like harsh or anything, but like when you can't even connect a very, very basic point, what are you left with? Right? I mean,
well, I wonder. I often wonder, because I've seen similar types of things done before that they were doing tonight. I often wonder if, because they have such a negative worldview of anybody who is a Christian or anybody who believes in anything other than atheism, that we therefore must be stupid.
right.
But part of that quote unquote stupidity that they think is a interpretation they have of, oh, Christian equals stupid Bible thumper who has no knowledge of science, et cetera, et cetera. So when people like us come along and we actually present arguments that are 180 degrees separate,
Right.
well, actually, they're not 180 degrees separate, but completely, what's the right word for this? We're not using the Bible as the source book.
Well, yeah, no, our arguments are independent from religious,
that's great.
religious sources.
I
Yeah.
don't know how to brain fart on that. That's great. Independent from.
Yeah.
I don't think they even have any understanding of how do we actually address this? We're actually being forced to do something other than argue our boilerplate talking points.
And by the way, I would have been happy. I would have been happy to indulge all of them, and I just, but the thing is too, if I had even started, I also would have felt bad because I felt like I would have been railroading you out of the talk and just ignoring all the wonderful prep work and effort we did to put together our arguments. And I didn't want to violate that. Truthfully, I didn't.
No, I appreciate that.
So I mean, I as much as I felt I was biting my tongue at wanting to expose some of the disgustingness in some of the statements, you know what? It would not have been the right time or place. So praise God, and by the direction of the Holy Spirit, I restrained.
It was difficult.
In this case, absolutely not, because we are talking about an all-creator God. Which God it is completely irrelevant to the conversation. Pick any god you want. Make one up. Make it the spaghetti monster if you want, and stick him outside the universe. Talk about him. I don't care. But you'll acknowledge our points on whether or not there seems to be some divine design in the universe. I don't know why you want to fixate on a specific god so that you can try to cornhole us and go down that road as opposed to addressing our arguments. So why don't one of you pony up, since you're so keen to tell us to do so, and give us your model for fine-tuning of the universe?
That was great.
Appreciate it.
You want to go ahead, Rib? I've said a lot, so I don't know if you want to go.
I mean, as I said in my opening, if the
Drake
universe is fine-tuned for
Alexander
anything,
says,
it's the creation
"Damn,
of black
Smoky
holes.
Saint,
Yeah.
chill."
It's naturally no
He
different than
tells me
any
to
other
chill.
animal.
Smokey,
The
are you referring
reason-
to the fine tuning that is required for the universe to exist at all, regardless
For
of
any type of physical life whatsoever, correct?
Yeah,
I just
that's
you
correct.
could, I mean, you could tell my frustration was boiling over because not only would they not address any of our points, they just had to come up with some sort of like thing to distract us. That was just kind of this infinite moving like bedrock of things they could constantly throw out there for us to try and address. It was getting so frustrating that it's just like, okay, pick a god. Fine, I don't care. Pick anyone you want. Stick them outside the universe. Now address our arguments. And even then, John.
Well, I actually thought it was hilarious when you did that, and but the argument you made was very substantive in calling them out. I mean, that was like that was an intellectual call out of like, dude, actually, I won't say that. Have you had some retraction of your manhood, or like, do you have something to say, bro? I mean, that's kind of like the way it's like, yeah, that's honestly how I felt multiple times throughout the debate of like, what are you here for?
What are you here for? Well, are you here for a spanking? Outstanding.
Yeah. So I don't know what you're talking about when it's made for black holes. If it was made for black holes, it would have had a larger metric, would have collapsed in on itself, and we would have nothing but black holes. So your argument doesn't make sense to me.
Looking at Michael's,
In line
he's
with
like, I don't no idea what he's talking about.
same thing in a universe for nothing.
He was talking about, he says our universe is fine-tuned for black holes. And I'm like, if that's true, then it would have just a little bit more mass, and then we would have nothing but black holes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, no, I get what you're saying. I'm saying if you look at like look on Michael's face when you were saying that,
Right.
you could tell it was like oh crap.
Yeah, he kind of did have that sunken, like, I have nothing for that. Look, yeah, no, actually, look at his face right here. Yeah, no, he does kind of have a little bit of that. Oh, all right.
Well, it's
Yeah.
just astrophysics in general. It's not.
Well, I mean, it started with
not
Hawking,
knowledge.
but yes, obviously, Krauss.
Yeah, I mean, he's even agreeing. He's even shaking his head. Yes. Like, I mean, is he even in actual disagreement with me at all? You think he'd chime up if he was? He just nodded his head, right?
Mm-hmm.
So okay, so let's.
Did he just agree with my argument since they didn't address it and they didn't retort and they didn't go back? Does that mean they've conceded to my argument that him saying it was fine-tuned for black holes was asinine?
Well, I would say that if you look over the super chat to the right, the theists are clearly winning here by far. Wow.
Wow. Yeah,
I would say that, yeah, I'd say he agreed with you.
Outstanding.
Let's talk about something different for a second, because I think it was Smokey.
Oh,
you just said
I'm
that
sure
you're
you
talking
would
about
love to
physically
switch
talking about God
topic.
that's outside the universe, and I'm dying to know how you determine what's outside our universe.
Whatever is the cause of the universe can't be inside the universe, in my philosophical opinion. And if you have a different argument to otherwise, I'd be willing to consider it.
Oh, I have no clue what's outside the universe.
Okay,
because you
well then
just
I don't
said-
know why you're asking me. That's my arbitrary philosophical deduction.
You're claiming to know, so he's
Yeah.
asking
I'm not
you
claiming
how
to
you
know.
know.
No, sir. I'm not claiming to know anything. I'm
Did you
claiming
or
to.
did you not say
I'm,
that God is outside of the
Sir,
universe?
I'm claiming to believe with high confidence. I am a bit of an epistemological nihilist in the sense that I don't actually believe we can know anything without knowing absolutely everything about something. So I don't believe that we are in positions as sentient creatures in this universe to even make statements of knowledge at all. What we can do is make statements of confidence and metrics of belief.
How did you develop a level of confidence about something you have no way to see, test, demonstrate, or anything else?
Compendium of evidence of both induction and deduction, none of which I have the time to go through in all of exhaustive detail here. It's not one point. You know, atheists, you guys do this. You know, you throw it at us and you say, prove God. Give us a thing that proves God. Like we're supposed
because
to
you're saying
generate
that it's
one
true.
thing.
Yeah.
But you do that like we're supposed to say one thing. Name something you guys believe that you based
I
off
didn't
of one
ask you.
singular proof.
No, hang on. I didn't ask you to like. I didn't say that it was resting on one thing, and I don't think Michael did either. So if you want to stop
When you're
the straw
asking
man's
for
and
proof-
actually ask us, then sure.
When you're asking for a proof, that's what you're doing.
No,
I believe the topic of this debate is evidence.
No. That was a very, very cute.
It's so getting triggered. Susan's got a nice little comment here. She says, there is a theory out there in cosmology that is trying to come up with a model showing that universes multiple are fine-tuned for black holes. It has not passed muster.
Well,
Thank you for that, Susan. We love those little...
well, the funny thing about that is those kinds of theories are the direct. It's the grasping for straws that we were talking about earlier in trying to come up with explanations for the fine tuning of our universe.
Right.
And it's like, okay.
And then they have to create other
So-
finely tuned universes.
Per your already existing models that you have been able to pretty well substantiate, if that was the case, then it would collapse. Therefore, that universe would no longer exist. So why are you even wasting time on that? You're trying to come up with an explanation for something that is not a rational conclusion, other than from your worldview, we must figure this out. Otherwise, the fine-tuning argument will destroy our atheist position.
Right. I love your analogy that you ended up pulling out too. Like we have to dig up Edison to figure out, how the light bulb, yes. I forget what you said, but it was awesome.
I think it's
love
coming
that.
up. It was like,
Yeah.
Usage of language. You said that we are asking for a proof. I'm not asking you for a proof. I'm asking you for proof, which implies plural.
Well, that's going to require more time than we have, sir. We have here to present arguments for the fine tuning of the universe and leading up to evidence of a belief that there is some sort of higher intelligence beyond it. If you guys have a better model or an idea that explains this beyond the universe other than I don't know but not God, please pitch it to us.
I never said, I actually didn't say I don't know but not God. I said I don't know.
So you're purely agnostic then?
No, you're the one claiming. It depends on what God we're talking about. But you're the one claiming that you do know.
See, and by the way, I've seen him do this, and I know exactly what he means by that because I've seen Matt Dillahunty do it, and I've seen Matt Dillahunty pull back from it a little bit more these years. I don't think he likes to say it as much, but someone like Skylar Fiction and him will say it. They'll say something like, "I'm agnostic about a lot of gods. I don't know whether or not they exist, but I know the Christian God doesn't exist." And I think he does end up saying that here at some point because, again, that brings us back to our conversation I think we had on the phone. This is actually the linchpin of new atheism, is the belief that they have falsified our God morally.
Yep.
And that's ultimate. Once we start destroying them on that front, they're going to be left with a very, very weak position, and the Matt Dillahunties of the world will disappear.
Agreed.
Agnostic that you don't believe in a specific God.
No,
Well,
it's that
no.
you don't know. Gnostic deals
Yeah.
with knowledge. Theism deals with
Yeah.
belief.
The Christian God.
Hey, by the way, could you put that on pause?
doesn't
Yeah.
exist.
So, the definition of agnostic, a person who believes that nothing is known or can be known of the existence or nature of God or of anything beyond material phenomenon. A person who claims neither faith nor disbelief in God.
You know, and it's become such a and I didn't really want to get into a thing with them about it. You're 100% correct. And I didn't want to get into a thing with them about it because right now, particularly in the new atheist community, even the YouTube community, there is a bit of a division about even the definition of atheism and agnosticism.
I watched a debate on that from
and I side with Steve McRae. I think Steve McRae is the most honest philosopher on it. Big fan of his, because when he discusses it rationally, logically, and honestly. And I really, really appreciate that. And as opposed to how the activists like the ACA, Matt Dillahunty, some of these other guys, they're trying to make it basically a political movement. So they need the agnostics to align.
The reality is that the new atheists are actually anti-theists.
Agreed.
But a lot of them don't want to go that far.
No, because then that makes them look disingenuous and their arguments are easier to falsify, but they don't want that. Yep, absolutely. I agree with you.
Yeah, the Christian God does not exist. But when you ask me about, we were talking about whether I'm agnostic, it depends on which gods, because I haven't read as much of the Bhagavad Gita as I have the Quran, as I have the Bible. So
see, and that's him about verifying falsification criteria. What he's saying is, I'm looking at God claims, I'm looking for methodologies of falsification, and then I'm clearing them out. That's what he's doing. So he basically would say, I am agnostic about any God I feel I don't know enough to have already falsified based upon the claim of that God. And that's fine. I have no issue with that. That's actually at least probably the most intellectually honest moment that he has had in this entire debate.
Well, I agree, but he just needs to not call himself an agnostic because...
Well, no, he does need to actually be more honest about what his position is, but at least in that moment, the way he was defining it, I think that was at least genuine.
That's fair enough.
Not sure.
So you think that there's no evidence for God, that it's not the things that we've been presenting as evidence of the requirement for a intelligent agent to enable us to be even having this debate, because you don't know about a specific God, when we are actually arguing about, is there evidence for a God, period, and whether or not one would be required. But you're saying because you don't know about all of the gods, therefore you couldn't determine whether or not you believe in one. So wouldn't any of the gods be required, ultimately be required if you believed in it? Are you saying that God came into existence after the universe came into being? And
I for some reason, I almost felt like I was debating like Matt Dillahunty circa 2004. Like, did you almost get that impression a little bit?
There were, well, to be honest, I had in their opening statements, I had like an eerie feeling. I'm like, I swear I have heard some of these things almost verbatim.
Right.
Right. That's what I'd say about it.
And it's where Ribs, oddly enough, sounds like a guy I've heard debate Darth Dawkins several times, named Gary Malpass. I'm sure they're not the same person, or they might be, but I don't think they are. But I've heard him debate Darth a few times. I really put Darth in his place, but I don't think they're the same person. Not quite the same debate style at all. And plus, I think Malpass is an actual philosopher. So anyway.
And I mean, how do you extrapolate out that logic?
No, I didn't say that, and if I did, I misspoke, and I apologize for that. What I'm saying is that you said that without intelligent design, without this external mind, that it couldn't have happened because the odds are just so astronomical. And what you're saying is, oh, well, you just say it's just pure chance.
No, actually, I'm stating that these things are not just improbable; that they are actually impossible to have occurred without the intelligent agent.
Okay, so then you're saying it couldn't have happened without the intelligent agent. So then what?
I love you went ahead and took it there.
Demonstrate this intelligence. and
when
you're gonna
the argument I made earlier, you don't have to. I don't have to go and physically dig up the bones of.
See, by the way, on a cosmological level, that's not really a strong point that I can make. On your level, the biological level, it is.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's definitely differentiation there.
I messed that up. Sorry. That was my bad. There we go.
That
we have contemporary accounts of Edison.
Yeah, I know, but you can extrapolate all of that back to
We don't actually know who, and we cannot define who the human was that created the first wheel. It doesn't mean that it is not a blaringly obvious conclusion that an intelligent agent was required to create the first wheel. And given the fact that the fundamental requirements for life to exist surpass any level of technology that humans have created in the modern era, vastly superior. And
I think James muted you there. He muted you there, and he also had himself on mute.
I was so pissed because I was about to crush him with the rest of
I
that.
know you were too. I was
I
ready
just
for
think
you
it's
to do it.
interesting
I was a
that
little upset about that.
When it's brought up the whole, okay, so we don't know, it's this random chance thing, and you're saying it's impossible. So you're saying what it comes down to, I think, is you asked us the question, you know, where did the universe come from? How did this thing start? We don't know. And I think what the only thing I haven't said so far is what it comes down to is you're saying
that's not the argument, by the way. That's not the argument. The question is, where did all the complexity and fine tuning come from? Not where the universe came from.
Yeah.
The whole argument was, where did all of this incredible minutia of complexity and synergy come from? That has been the whole argument. Didn't even address it. Says, where did the universe come from? We don't know. That's not the argument. Again, you're ignoring it just to even glance over it in your retort. It's ridiculous. Unreal.
Wouldn't have happened without this God. And I'm pretty sure that by definition, that's an argument from ignorance fallacy. So I don't know, therefore God. And we're just saying, I don't know. And I would love.
How is that not an argument from ignorance? I don't know.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
What in the world is he even saying?
The thing that it's not possible. It's impossible for this to happen with an intelligent agent. And yet you've given arguments for this, but you've not given one shred of evidence to support the arguments.
Okay, I literally did, and so did Smokey, on the specificity that is required and the examples of foreknowledge that is required in order for life to exist.
Great recall, brother.
Molecular level.
The amount of foreknowledge needed for 99% of every species that's ever lived to become extinct.
Oh, it's always got to go
No,
back to that.
we're not talking about that. We're talking about what is required for life, any form of life to exist, period.
Sure.
And if for embryo development, for example, we have retrotransposons that literally are grabbed by protein nanomachines, transported to a specific location, translated back into DNA, inserted, welded back into the position, modify the data expression of the genes that they're now being associated with, specifically to embryo development. Then when that temporal time frame is over, or removed, taken to a different position and reinserted, and now express completely different outcomes. When we have microRNAs that are completely separate from a gene sequence, are expressed, modified, transported physically, bound to a specific portion of an mRNA prior to the 3D printing process, which occurs in the ribosome, and the data transcription and translation that results in protein synthesis through the direct equivalent of a 3D printer.
All right, we're going to I'll let you finish this point, John, but then I'm going to give the last word.
It's so
to
good. I love
either
this whole
Rib
thing you're doing
or
right
Michael, and then we'll go into Q&A. So if you want to finish this point.
Okay, so the point I'm making is that,
bro, we have 3D printers inside us. I love that you got that point out. Thank you. It was amazing.
Appreciate that. You are, which I think you guys also admitted earlier, at least one of you did earlier, that no, it would not be reasonable to conclude that we could have this debate right now without intelligent agents being required, even if you don't know who they are, knowing that they must have been required in order for all this technology that we're utilizing to exist. And the argument that I am making is that the strong evidence in favor of a creator being required for us to exist is that there is technology.
Hey, by the way, there's that guy, Nicholas Schultz, Maddox with the constant word salad.
Yeah, it's just, and it's so not like, it has substance, and that's what's so weird to me. Like, you know, I know word salad, like, and you know, you educated me on some of this stuff today, like, in just the level of complexity it is. And the thing they keep ignoring is that it is complexity on top of complexity on top of complexity on top of complexity. Like, it doesn't ever get to a variable point where it seems like it could have generated automatically. And by the way, that's what all the atheist scientists have always been proving since the beginning of their pursuit in science. Can we break down this to a point where it doesn't look so meticulously, incredibly designed? And the further they break it down, the more incredibly designed it looks, and the more they continue to deny it. It's astounding.
Agreed.
Unbelievable.
To exist simultaneously for any form of life to be here. When you look at photosynthesis, there is literally the controlled modification. I'm almost done. Controlled modification of the quantum state in order to transport with 100% efficiency the energy being captured from photons. I mean, that is in the supposed evolutionary timeline. That's one of the first things that happen. Quantum control that is done in a clearly defined manner that results from information that is housed in the DNA of plants and algae, somehow came into existence without an intelligent agent to enable quantum controls. I mean, to me, when you really start to contemplate these, the pieces that are required, if you come to the conclusion that, oh wait, that's not evidence, then you are existing and living in a completely willful suspension of rational thought, mindset, and worldview, and then arguing that I am and Smokey are coming from it's a fallacy of ignorance and all these different terms you're trying to throw at us, when it's literally the exact opposite that we're putting forth, while you're admitting, oh, we don't know how this happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
As a quick sidebar.
Yeah.
Do you know what I was talking about in the whole the quantum state manipulation of photosynthesis?
Yeah, it had to be the kind of it had to be one of the first things developed. That it could actually act in a quantum state and actually understand quantum mechanics. It was astounding. Like it was an amazing point. It really, truly was. That was incredible.
One of the things about that, outside of just the wow factor, right? Like,
that's one of the bigger wow factors I've heard in a while.
Altering quantum state on the atomic level. I mean, like, what?
Right.
That in and of itself is a mind bender.
The machinery to do it alone, not even the calculations and information processing, just the machinery to do that is mind blowing.
Absolutely.
Unreal.
When I was learning about this, what really cracked me up about it more than anything, though, was, have you ever heard any the backstory leading up to that discovery?
No. Share a little bit if you have it.
Okay, so this was probably, I think at this point, I think it's probably 15 years ago. Earlier preface. So the premise that it might be quantum state manipulation had been put forth 50, 60 years ago, but then dismissed because it was a readily accepted as 100% fact in quantum mechanics world that the only way to alter quantum state was near absolute zero. Wow. So since the wet, messy, warm environment of biology completely contradicted the premise that quantum states can only be manipulated at near absolute zero, that concept was dismissed, right? Oh, it must be something else. Fast forward to, I want to say it was either 2008, 2009, somewhere around in that vicinity.
Right.
Some biologists basically decided to ignore some molecular biologists, some of the theoretical biologists, that kind of thing. They decided to kind of just ignore the status quo opinion of the quantum physicists and started doing some deeper dives into it.
Right.
And then they were able to prove yes, this is exactly what happened. But here's the irony. The ultimate proof came from one of them, I guess, went to I think it was in Boston. I forget, it might have been MIT. I can't remember. They went and presented this premise to some quantum physicists. They got together in a little group of their little, private club, said, this is BS. And then they were like, well, let's go look into this so we can make these guys look like idiots.
Right.
Well, then they went and they designated one guy. Hey, you go look at their research. Yada yada yada.
Right.
He comes back, and it was basically a both an aha and an oh crap moment of one, yes, this is true, and and two, we are like way off. This is totally possible.
Wow.
And then that kind of baseline discovery has resulted in the whole expansion of quantum biology, which is like a relatively new discipline of the last decade.
Mhm.
And now they're discovering all sorts of things that in biological systems that are also manipulating quantum states.
Right.
And
Amazing.
to
That's
me,
incredible.
when you really kind of think about this, one, just from the how do you explain this? We're talking
How?
about quantum state manipulation.
Yeah. How?
But then we're also discovering this to be all over the place in biological systems. Not only having to explain it for photosynthesis, you're also having to explain it for all of these other things you're discovering, like on a daily basis. Practically, they're discovering new things that are occurring.
How could an organism possibly develop quantum handling machinery? How?
It's all just well, from their perspective, everything we're discussing, it's just chemical reactions. It's like, really, I dare you to go make that argument to a quantum biologist who is looking at this and say, it's just chemical reactions. They would look at you.
They
like,
would laugh.
You are an idiot. And get out of my office.
Get out
of my office. Like, you're a moron. If you think this is just chemical reactions that are manipulating quantum state, okay, yeah, we're going back and forth between superposition. I mean, collapse. I mean, come on, man. Like,
yeah,
that's not just chemical reactions, buddy.
No, Susan agrees with us. She says, yes, I understood. Quantum handling of ultraviolet light for photosynthesis is amazing. And it is. And I just learned that today, and I'm blown away by it.
I'll tell you one of the other ones that's got me. They haven't been able to prove this one beyond all doubt. And there's been some pushback on it, but there's a whole like the olfactory premise. Did you know they don't actually know how we can smell things?
No, I haven't actually looked into that at all.
So we have all these olfactory sensors like in our nasal passages and stuff, right?
Right.
And they know that the molecules that end up being translated into a signal and sent to the brain, right? That we then retranslate into what we perceive as an odor. Like, think about that for a second.
That's pretty incredible.
So they have been trying to figure out this, and ironically, this original supposition was actually presented back the 50s, I think, 40s or 50s. That perhaps this was the original person came up with it. That perhaps the quantum frequency of molecules in conjunction with the molecular shape and how it fits into the lock and key of the way the olfactory sensors are built onto it's nuts. Anyway, it's a combination, right? Because they had done experiments where they'd figured out like, it's not just the molecular structure,
right?
Because there's different things that have very similar molecular structures, but if you alter one or two things, it has the exact same structure, but additional variables, right? From a chemistry level standpoint.
Wow.
And but these two things have different odors. So then they did some additional modifications, and tested the same logic with accounting for the quantum frequency, and determined that yes, that can be designated as a specific odor. And so when you think about that, it's like, so we have basically a two-way or two-factor authentication process that's going on to enable us to have smell. Both literal structure of the molecule that contains the odor or is translated into that odor, as well as the quantum frequency that's being read.
That's astounding.
And now there's been pushback on that premise. It had been, there's different people coming with different arguments for it, but that was it's one of the most recent theories with some experimental validation. And when you think about that, I'm like,
no, that is radical. And again, the deeper we look, the more amazing, it truly is. Like you would expect, especially, any type of life that does happen to be thrown together from randomness or anything of the like. How is it able to have this type of complexity? Like, I mean, we know there's simple types of life out there. You know, I mean, we don't need all the variables that we have on Earth to have just, you know, very, very basic single cellular potential types of life. But even that requires a base level of incredible complexity. You know, we're talking about the stuff that we're experiencing on our hyper complex level, and to say and to make these giant leaps of increases in information through the claims of chance and naturalism, I can't make these logical connections in my brain work with what they're arguing.
When you think about things on a cellular level, that proteins transport objects up and down molecular roadways that literally form and dissolve in front and behind them,
right,
in real time. I mean, think about that from like a sci-fi perspective, right? In sci-fi movies, yeah, the road like appears in front of you as they're driving down the street, you know, driving the road, and
right,
it's the future, right? That is not sci-fi fantasy on the molecular level. That is
right,
that is literal,
right?
And so
Yeah,
you're telling me that just that factor, right? Roadways that build themselves
right,
and then dissolve and go reappear in a different place.
Yeah,
like what?
Right.
You don't think that anyway? Not to go off on a tangent, but those kinds of things, I'm like, this stuff is so mind bending.
I don't picture life manifesting in the type of complexity it has without being able to attribute it to a designer. I have such a difficulty with it. You know, I mean, maybe if Earth had ended up being absolutely nothing but cellular life and we weren't even here to question it, maybe the atheists that don't exist have a point. But until then, I don't know what to do with these claims of all of these incredibly, you know, dynamically precise metrics in our universe all being put together, all in alignment, and how you can look at that and say, you know, I mean, it just blows my mind.
So, okay, so you said it's impossible. So what I'd love to know is all that stuff that you just said, how did you determine that it wasn't natural? Since we have no way to test the supernatural and no way to validate supernatural causation. And we'll let you finish off.
Yeah, I mean, the only kind of question that I have
again, we have no way to validate it, and yet he spent the entire time saying, give us evidence to validate it. Thank you for at least finally being honest about your position, sir.
It is often asked of it is often said of atheists that we believe that, you know, the universe came from nothing. The question that I have to ask you is, what did God create the universe out of?
Oh my God, this was so painful.
Materials.
I was
rolling my eyes.
Although
the thing is, at this point, I knew we won, so I didn't care. Seriously, at this point, I'm like, you know what? At this point, we've exposed them, we've decimated them, we've made our arguments, they've provided nothing. Whatever, dude.
Well, the irony of this, by the way, I don't know if you realize this. This was their closing statement.
Oh yeah.
Like James had just designated. Oh, they have the last word. I'm like, yeah, this is your last word.
I would have loved to have a last word, but you know, whatever. No, and I'm glad you got it. By the way, but at least you got one. You know, I was worried that we just weren't going to have one at all, and they were just going to kind of, you know, James was going to let him weasel that out. So I'm glad at least you got to put something in there.
Fair, because I mean, technically speaking, it is, because you haven't actually said it. But that would be what you are claiming, that God created the universe out of absolutely nothing. He clicked his fingers and then boom, there is matter, there is energy, there is
so
whatever.
Painful.
So if he didn't do that, if he didn't create it out of absolutely nothing, then what did he create it out of?
What would that matter, by the way? I mean, even though he knows there's no possible answer to that question from any possible worldview, if I was able to answer it, what would it matter?
Well, I agree. It's a quick sidebar, though. One of the things that I found extraordinarily fascinating in quantum mechanics is obviously the wave collapse and all the different aspects that go with that, right?
Right.
If the conscious observer variable is what is required for something that is immaterial to become material, then the premise of the mind, God at this point, right? Causing something to come from nothing is no longer a implausible premise, right?
Right.
And to me, it takes the entire concept of, and God said, and it was so, right, to a whole nother level. If you think about it from the quantum perspective, it's God thought, and it was so. And the energy that is God took form.
Right.
And when you, the immaterial became material. It's no longer a, like, it's not magic.
Right.
And part of the reason I bring this up is they have actually been able to, I'm sure you're familiar with like the double slit experiment and all that kind of stuff.
Oh,
right?
yeah, of course.
Well, they, in relatively recent years, I'm talking like in the last 3 or 4 years, they've actually expanded that. The quick retract, the atheist argument, and for years, just the quantum physicist argument was that this only applies on the quantum level, right? On the atomic level. Well, they've actually found out that this applies in the macro world as well.
Really?
And they have, so far, I think the biggest thing they've been able to do was about the size of a teaspoon. They were able to have that occur at that level. The exact same thing they see on, with light and, photons and all that stuff. The exact same thing applies on the physical world.
Right.
So,
Agreed.
or on the macro world, sorry. So when you think about that, that's like, okay, that's cool as heck. But in context of, our discussion for tonight, it's like, this is not a outlandish premise anymore. If we are being able to accomplish this.
Well, it's the atheists that are proposing some sort of possibility of nothing or something. So I don't even know why he's even pitching the argument. Tell me whether it's nothing or something. They don't know. Why are you asking me? Why does it have to be specified? And what would it change my argument depending upon my answer?
Absolutely.
That's what I didn't get. And it's more these dodging tactics. It got very frustrating. I did get frustrated a couple times.
And where did that pre-exist?
Oh, here, Susan contributes something here. I'm sorry, Susan, I missed a couple of them. She says, God collapsed the wave functions. I feel like I want to agree with that. Although I need to go look up information on the wave functions again.
Existing material come from?
We will jump into the Q&A. I want to say thanks so much, folks, for all of your questions. We're going to try to read through as many as possible, and we'll go through it quickly, starting now. Christopher and Dave, thanks for your super chat. Said, which God out of millions, though?
Irrelevant. See, and that came in at the very beginning. By the way, when they first started pushing, that came up at the very, very beginning. I saw that super chat come up at the very, very start. And that was kind of like he was trying to back them up. Completely irrelevant.
Going into that, I'm not going to go into it now.
Gotcha. Michael Dresden, thanks for your super chat. Said, poor atheists already lost. They missed the topic. Let's see. You can respond to that, of course, if you want. You don't have to if you don't want to. Michael's our regular.
Super chats here were outstanding.
No worries.
Let's see. Mothra J Disco, thanks for your super chat. Said Black Lives Matter. Hashtag ACAB. Appreciate that. Next up, JPP3030. Thanks for your super chat. Said Tyler B number 2 doesn't understand evolution. That was somebody I think that they were debating in the chat. Jerry Hotep, thanks for your super chat. Said for the affirmative, since technology is created and improved by a multitude of people, why would you say the universe has only one designer?
Okay, and I know this came up multiple times, and I think I was having a hard time getting exactly at what he was trying to get at. But again, my answer was fine, but it wasn't as complete as I would have wanted it to be. When we're associating the idea of God, especially from our perspective, and we didn't really get that that part completely out in this debate, and rightfully so for time. But when we're talking about what God that is God, which is the entity that would exist outside of time and space, which would exist in some type of, I think I've heard Hugh Ross describe it as like geometric time or something like that. It's not linear. It's kind of just all independent of itself. You know, an entity whatever entity is in that realm or in that level of existence is God, whether it's singular or multi-personal. Because it's in that realm of eternality, it has to all quantify and qualify as God. This is part of the strength of the argument of the Trinity. But I did not have time to go. I knew I didn't have time to make that a whole thing of it. So, but I was also a little confused, just in the sense that they were trying to force a presuppositional comparison of agency, mental agency with humans and God, and that was my main issue. I just didn't feel I had time to go into it.
Well, that's part of the deal with Q&A time. Like half the time, the questions have so many typos or context issues. You're like, I think I know what you mean, but I'm not quite sure.
Right. I mean, I was trying to sift out where what I thought was happening was he was pitching an argument to say, I think there's a multi-God with a lot of minds up there. Like, I thought that's almost like where he was trying to go with it. So I was trying to sift out from that, not like, well, when we see design here, we know it's this way. Like, well, we're not comparing the exact same type of design. We're saying the essences of design. I guess I probably failed to get that out. But I tried with kind of trying to glean with the information I had. I don't think I really quite grabbed it as fast as I should have.
No, I think you did great, man. Hey, before we go on, I wanted to substantiate that point I was making on the quantum entanglement stuff. I'm going to send you a link to this because it's got a bunch of links to a lot of those papers on the thing we were talking about.
Oh yeah, no, I'd love to read them.
But, let me. I'm going to read something real quick to you. So,
sure.
This is from two guys who've done like a bunch of these experiments, right?
Right.
Some then claim that entanglement is observed only in microscopic systems, and therefore its peculiarities are allegedly irrelevant to the world of tables and chairs. But such a claim is untrue, as several recent studies, and they link to them, have demonstrated entanglement for much larger systems. Last year, a paper reported entanglement even for massive objects. Moreover, quantum superposition has been observed in systems as varied as small metal paddles and living tissue.
Wow.
Clearly, the laws of QM apply in all scales and substrates. What preserves a superposition is merely how well the quantum system, whatever its size, is isolated from the world of tables and chairs known to us through direct, conscious apprehension. That a superposition does not survive exposure to this world suggests, if anything, a role for consciousness in the emergence of definite physical reality.
Incredible.
That's from Scientific American.
That's incredible. That is pretty incredible. See,
anyway, sorry for my
no, that's good. No, I love the little segues. Get more info into this. I love it. People are going to find this video and they're going to love the debate and they're going to love all the extra input. So this is great, man. Loving it.
You want to take that, John?
You want me to take it? Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so if
it was a hard point to sift out, even in my opinion, it was hard to sift out really what he was getting at.
We are micro specs on this, and cool, we're able to create some technologies which aren't even close to being as good as the ones that we have to have in order to do so. Comparing the creative power of that entity to what is required for us it's a very myopic and, in my opinion, ignorant question.
Next up, thanks for your super chat from Matt the God, said, more Christians bringing no evidence to the table.
That's astounding to me.
How you like them apples, John?
Yeah, I would challenge what his definition or understanding of what evidence actually is would be. I would question that.
Gotcha.
Hey, so he addressed that one to me too. So whenever that guy's cojones drop, let him know. I just want you to know that we can go ahead and have a debate on that
exact subject if you got the backbone to do so.
Solid.
Gotcha. We are next up. Thanks for your super chat, Jen S, who said the atheists look evasive right now. Hashtag dodging. If you want, you don't have to. If you don't want to.
I'd love to know what part of it she is referring to.
Yeah, send another super chat.
And the whole
Culture
point,
of religion
you
thanks for
dodged
your
the
super
whole
chat, said,
debate.
I admit these atheists seem to be dodging. Let's see. You can respond to that if you want to. You don't have to. Got a lot
Well,
of.
yeah, the only thing I'd say to that is that what the dodge that I saw, and I'm sure that this will provoke other comments,
Oh my God.
is the unwillingness to stand up for the God they actually believe in.
Wouldn't let that go.
We will go into the
Hang-
next.
Hang on, James. Hang on. I'm pretty sure that Smokey offered to have that exact debate, and at multiple times, you guys
Happily.
both conceded that it's something that we could have in another discussion, and now you're going to try and use that as an excuse for your dodging. I would say that is the ultimate dodge when the opportunity to have that exact discussion has been offered, but we delineated, and it's clearly obvious from the subject title of this debate that was not the purpose of it.
Oh, hang on. I got to take issue with that, James. Sorry. When this debate was first proposed to me, it was just does God exist?
When this was proposed to me, I was going to think I could come in here and just attack Christianity for an hour.
Was it?
Yeah.
We to the
Well,
best of my
that's what I thought it was too.
to the best of my knowledge, we never had any other discussions about what the debate title was going to be about. But
We
if
did
you
not.
guys, would like to defend the God that you think is real,
Gladly, sir.
James, set up round 2 because that'll be easy.
I would like to.
Yeah, 'cause
I
this
would
was
like to do
so
that,
easy.
James, please.
I second
Gotcha.
that. Yeah.
You got it. And thanks for your super chat from General E.
See, and this to me was the affirmation from the opponent's side that they felt they lost. They now have pride to protect. You see,
Oh yeah.
because now what's going to happen is that if these people do have any semblance of first of all, I don't think either of these people will post this debate on their channels. Okay. I don't think they will. I don't think either of them will download this debate and put it on their channels. In fact, I think that they will kind of associate this as something they're not particularly proud of. But they're going to want to come back. And I think, brother, when they come back, they're going to come back with a bit of fire. What do you think?
I mean, I would assume so, but I mean,
I think there's some ego that's been hurt here a little bit. What do you think? Did you sense a little bit? I thought I sensed a little bit of it right there. That maybe there's a little bit of some honor to protect now.
I would agree that that's probably the mindset. I guess where I'm going with this, I'm not substantially concerned. It's like you make them
Neither am I.
you make them back with more fire, I guess, which I would actually enjoy if you had a little bit more energy.
I actually, I would prefer, honestly, if we were going to have them, and we've already discussed a couple of my perspectives, which it actually helps me in some ways if they're a little bit extra fiery. It makes them look worse. So it's not a bad thing. By all means, bring it.
And it'd be more fun.
And it will be more fun and more entertaining for the audience. Hell, it might go viral. Let's hope for something like that.
80, who says religion is ancient beliefs, gods are man-made.
That still makes me laugh. It's so
Ian-
funny.
Hang on. So I'm guessing, similar to my opponents, he didn't actually listen to the
all.
modern knowledge.
Yeah. Didn't listen to the argument at all.
presented
By the
as
way, I loved my little jab there. Similar to my opponents.
required
Well
for our
played.
existence. So
Well played.
maybe you should go rewatch this a few times. It might take your slow brain a little bit to comprehend the arguments that are being
Well
made.
played.
Next up, thanks for your super chat from Ian YouTubelin. Thanks for your super chat. Said, if there is no design, what came first, male or female? Oh, I missed one. I missed one or two there. Sorry, but we'll stick with this one and come back to the other two that I just jumped over. If there's no design, what came first, male or female? I think that's for our skeptical friends.
Oh, that's good. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not
Another
gonna
thing they
pretend to
don't
know
know.
enough about evolutionary biology to be able to answer that effectively.
And just to
100% true.
the evolutionary biologists also don't know how that could happen.
I'm pretty sure they didn't come from dirt, though.
Hey, so
Oh,
if we
thanks for your super chat
Susan,
from
Susan says we need better opponents.
All right, so if we hadn't been in Q&A session, I would have extrapolated on that whole deal.
Oh, I know you would.
So-
I'm sure. Yeah.
Have you ever heard of chromosome imprinting?
Vaguely, I might have read a paper on it years ago.
Okay, so there's all sorts of different things it does, but one of the things in context of reproduction, right, that
Mhm.
is a mind blower, is that in the chromosomes there are, and this actually only happens in the sperm and egg DNA, right?
Right.
There is epigenetic markers that are, it's basically like the basically metadata stamps, right?
Right.
And when the zygote forms and there's basically a reboot, and all of the methylation factors that have been done from a epigenetic standpoint through different variables that have happened, environmental factors and such that have happened throughout the life of the parents, are basically completely stripped away. And it's like a hard reboot. Like if you you're resetting your computer, right?
Okay.
Except for these specific areas that have the chromosome imprinting, right?
Okay.
Well, here's where it gets very interesting. So not only does it keep some of these additional factors, it also somehow designates even though chemically there is no difference, right?
Right.
Between the father and the mother DNA.
Right.
Somehow it is stamped of this is the female DNA and this is the male DNA. And they have tried out the yin yang to attempt to cause forced male or female formation in a zygote, and it fails every time.
Amazing.
And they have determined.
Do they know why?
Yes. Now they have determined, this is like in the last 5 or 6 years, they have discovered it is a direct result of the chromosome markers that designate this is female, this is male.
Wow.
And so basically that discovery had destroys the latest theory that's, all their previous theories trying to explain the male female problem of basically everything other than bacteria, right?
Right.
They've had theory after theory. They just collapsed. That one failed. That one's been disproven. This one's anyway. Fast forward to their most recent one, which I forget the name of off the top of my head, but this discovery in epigenetics just eviscerated that theory too.
Right.
So now you're back to from the evolutionary standpoint. There's no way around having to have a male and a female. Well, that destroys the entire foundation of Darwinism.
I agree. I think I agree.
Not have both simultaneously, but you're arguing that it came from one.
Right.
There is no way around this.
Right. Absolutely.
And we, through experimentation and controlled knowledge and ability to examine things on a molecular level, if we can't figure out how to do this in a controlled environment, how in the heck is it remotely plausible?
Well, forget about even
this could happen without direction or it being pre-programmed. Like this is it's an obvious conclusion.
I mean, forget atheists even trying to worry about proving or contemplating or pontificating on abiogenesis. If you can't even, give us information on that, what's the point?
Well, I would agree.
I mean, if you can't even tell us whether there was male or female first from I mean, why are you even bothering trying to convince us that it came out of, nothing? And he even said it, Michael said it a couple times, like, well, Adam and Eve didn't come out of dirt. Yeah, but you think all life came out of dirt, so what's the issue? Like, I mean, why is that even an argument? Like, they just love to throw out those little jabs out there if you turn it around on them. But, we don't always get the opportunity, right?
In YouTubeland, thanks for that. They said, is there good evidence for no God? we did not come from nothing.
Oh, by the way, I don't even know if you noticed, but like even within like a couple hours of our debate, like we had a lot of views. We had like almost 2,000 views. I don't know if you saw that, but we had some pretty solid action on this stream.
Last time I checked, I'd seen we were like 1,200 or something. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, we were doing good.
We did not come from nothing.
So like right
Then
here,
you keep
1900.
asking
We're at
which
1900
God?
on it right now.
It's not about which. It's about a God created everything. I think that was
Yeah,
for.
I was just going to say, I mean, the like title on the video is evidence of a God. So I mean, obviously the question of which God is actually very relevant. But
Only to you, sir.
that particularly, but
Only to you.
Dodge.
I probably disagree, but I don't think it's productive to go down that particular.
Actually,
route.
we're up to 2,400 views now.
That'd be great for
Oh,
round two, though.
nice.
Would.
Thanks. Let's see.
Bro, that's actually really
Thanks for
good
super-
because if you scroll down, there's actually several other videos of actually pretty well-known YouTubers like Skylar and some of those, and those only got like 7 or 8K views, and those are months ago. So that's good. That's actually really good for us. That's outstanding.
Chat, well, we got that one. Decepticons Forever said, when do theists ever have the burden of proof?
When they make a positive assertion to the existence of a God.
I love that you picked
Gotcha.
up on that.
I'm just quick insertion. Is that question implying that we were not accepting the burden of proof in this debate? 'Cause I'm pretty
That's what
sure
I was
we
gonna say.
did, and I'm pretty sure we presented arguments and evidence which were dismissed without counter. But I freely accept the burden of proof because the evidence is in my favor, and if you want to dismiss it, then
At what point, it helped me, John, at what point were we not accepting a burden of proof by providing evidence for a claim?
I don't know. Well, these people don't actually like. Let me put it.
Dude, they don't actually think about what they say.
Let me
sometimes.
put it in context. So the current top comments. I'm reading this live right now. On our video is Maddox's smarmy voice goes really well with his intellectual bankruptcy and lack of critical thinking skills.
Okay.
I find that ironic given the fact that my literal opening statement was nothing but if-then logic rules and arguments.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? Which is why, in the context of that you're referring to and what we're watching right now, it's like,
Right.
do you guys have the ability to comprehend what we're actually talking about? Because in no way, shape, form, or fashion did we not accept the burden of proof in this one. But you also didn't discount our arguments either. You refused to even accept the premise that we were making an argument. I mean,
Exactly. They wouldn't even address the arguments, and they didn't even try to falsify the arguments. They're all about wanting to falsify our God, our religion, our perspectives, our Bible, our book, whatever else they wanted to choose. They didn't want to try and falsify our arguments. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. At least we exposed them for this. And by the way, the fact that this happened is going to make the next debate so much more fun.
And as I've stated multiple times, you willfully suspend rational thought. Smoke, you got anything to say on that one?
I freely accept the burden of proof. Remember that for round two.
Next.
No,
Wait,
I'm on
wait.
point.
So he says, I fully accept the burden of proof. Remember that for round two. I might have to clip this and set it almost as an audio file so that I can be ready to play it as soon as he goes against that during our next debate, because he just now said it.
Yeah, no, I agree with John completely.
Next up, General E. Shady, thanks for your super chat, said, God clicked fingers, world made. But stupid atheists say we came from nothing. Irony.
Well, I mean, that kind of directly kind of references the last thing that I said. I mean, I don't believe that the universe came from nothing. So
It's actually
But-
theists that think that.
yeah, but you do, because if God did not create the universe out of pre-existing matter, then he created it out of nothing. And if you don't accept that, the latter of what I said, then you have to explain where the pre-existing matter came from.
Next up. Oh,
Why would we have to explain that? Like, if you're not even going to accept all the fine tuning and metrics and stuff, you're going to suddenly accept us telling you where we think the matter came from.
I don't even know how to respond to those.
It's back to exactly, dude. At some point, you're just kind of like, what do you even do with that? Like, when you're being just that much intellectual dishonesty, what can you actually do with that?
Jerry Hotep said the question was misunderstood. So let me go back to
It
his.
was, and I
He
do
said, "For the
apologize to
affirmative,
Jerry
since
if he finds
technology
this stream.
is
I think I
created and
just was
improved
having
by
a hard
multitude
time
of
really
people,
understanding
why
where
would
he
you
was
say the
going.
universe has only one designer?
I already answered that.
Yeah, I think we
Gotcha.
answered that.
Yeah,
I mean, it's the
Um,
nature of the being of which we're talking about. It's required by his nature to be.
See, and it is kind of a loaded question because it's basically invalidating through a presupposition the claim of what the God actually is. So, like, you're questioning a God that isn't the God of the premise of the argument. So you're just kind of creating a different type of God, a God that has the same type of mental agency as what's required of humans, and then transposing that onto the divine mind. And you're not even considering the differentiation of temporal states. So it ends up being a question very difficult to answer because it's almost loaded on both ends.
I would agree with that.
Type of entity, but go ahead.
Gotcha. Sigifredo Sarabia, thanks for your super chat, said, Christians, hypothetically, what would prove that there is no God? So I think that's for our theist side.
I've been running my mouth, Smokey. Go ahead.
Eternal universe would be a real good start.
I got
some
that
sort
from
of,
Dr.
evidence
Ross.
to something outside the universe that is also eternal but not God would help. Hey, you could even, actually, if you want to really, really falsify my faith altogether, produce the dead body of Jesus or any type of corroborating evidence to his dead body, and you'd crush me right away.
And by the way, that is an argument I am hoping to get out there eventually. If someone could provide any corroborative or even reliable evidence to someone even having seen the dead body of Christ after his death. But that's not what happened. We have nothing but tons and tons of evidence of people having seen him alive.
Yep. Yeah, it's
okay.
It's interesting how it cracks me up listening to some of those debates on that exact topic. It's like their fundamental thing is, well, it could have been made up. That's your argument to just prove the resurrection.
Here's the thing. Here's the issue.
They stole the body and burned it. That's why. Yeah, I mean, it's like,
well, even if they did, even if they did, and even if that was the case, you still have to account for all the other mountain of evidence that still exists for the people that still saw him alive. It's still, they could have, you know what? Jesus could have never been buried. They could have taken him off the cross. They could have thrown him into Gehenna, burned him up, and then take the remains and tossed it into the sea. It still doesn't change the fact that he was seen living and corroborated by all these witnesses. Doesn't matter. Completely irrelevant.
Very true.
So and you know, when they come at us and they, you know, this is why I kind of enjoy the resurrection component. At least, you know, I don't enjoy going into huge depth into it because frankly, it's kind of boring. At a certain point when the atheists are questioning it to a certain level, it's not even honest and it's actually boring to me. Yeah. But on a surface level, on a pure, like real legitimate surface level, like it's very easy for me to say, all you have to do is provide evidence for your belief. Or if you're going to throw a bunch of theories to try and falsify my belief, then you need to name the falsifiable criteria of your theory. If you think it's the swoon theory, then provide me the falsifiable criteria for you to believe it isn't the swoon theory and that Christ was actually seen risen. If you can't do that, your objections are meaningless and worthy to be discounted because you haven't provided anything for us to work with. You're just infinitely skeptical, and we have a word for that. We call them cynics. They won't believe no matter what you show them. We call that cynics, and I think most of these atheists are cynics disguising themselves as skeptics.
And then trying to convince us that they're just agnostics.
Agreed. Agreed. That's a good one too. Outstanding.
In a way, I'm very falsifiable right there.
Wow, you just jumped into Christianity.
I know, at the very end when it doesn't really matter.
Gotcha. Next
When
up.
it's more convenient, I
thanks
would have said. But
so
Yeah,
much.
convenient.
This is
Convenient for you
Q&A
to not
session. We're
cornhole
responding
us.
to a question that was directed by somebody who is paying to get an
Thank you
answer.
for that,
It's a little
John.
different.
Thank
If
you
wanna
for
pay me
saying
next
that,
time
by
for
the
a
way.
round
I
two, then,
appreciate you
let's see if
chiming
we
in
have a
for me.
more- No problem.
Next up, thanks for your super chat. 1 second, I accidentally clicked on the wrong page. Appreciate it from.
See, and that was my one concern, by the way, is that as tempting and as much as I did want to answer some of those objections and points they were making, is that I was eventually going to be called a coward. And I did look through the comments, and that's exactly what we were called, was a bunch of cowards. But I don't care, because when the next debate pops up and they see that I'm not running from the topic, they're going to have nothing left to say. So I don't mind. I don't actually mind, because it really had nothing to do with me not wanting to address the arguments. It had to do with me wanting to maintain the integrity of the conversation,
Absolutely.
or at least try to.
It's always
for
the
the
best.
love of God.
It's always the best method.
Yeah.
JPP3030 said, finally triggered, meek and pure, took all debate. Gotcha. Duly noted. Jerry Hotep, thanks for your super chat. Part 2, they said, you use technology as a basis to show design, and there must be a universal designer. But why does the universe not point to multiple designers?
Smokey, you want to get that one? You want me to?
Yeah. I think I get what the idea he's saying is. He's trying to imply that this type of sophistication would require multiple designers, but he's interpreting that from a presupposition from design of the way that design functions in our universe. He's attempting to apply the same type of mental agency of humans to a divine mind, and that's where it's a false dichotomy. So it's not. It's kind of a little bit of a loaded question, but it doesn't really have an answer, because it's not. We're not talking about comparable terms. When we're talking about the type of design that has the ability and the power to actually create everything, and also the power of temporal thought, we're giving it a sense of unity outside the universe.
Gotcha. And next up, thanks for your super chat from Matt.
See, the simple fact that it is non-temporal outside the universe is by definition a requirement of, even if it's multi-personal, to be singular, to be unified. It requires it. For it to exist as an eternal state, it must have unification. I don't know if that came across, but that's what I was trying to get at.
I mean, in the 30 seconds you had, I think you did a good job.
Well, yeah, that was part of it too. I mean, clearly, like I didn't feel I had enough time to really elaborate as much as I would have loved to.
But before we do research on what evidence is, so you can bring your nuts,
This guy,
and a better argument than
This
tonight
guy.
to the table.
Who was that for?
That's for me. 'Cause
Maddox.
That's the guy that I challenged.
Oh.
Can you read that again? Because I didn't understand what the heck that guy was saying. I
He
think
said
it's
I
more
would
of
love to debate, but before we do research on what evidence is, or I think they're saying like beforehand we should do research on like what evidence is or what counts as evidence, so you can bring
So
your
unreal.
nuts, aka testicles, and a better argument then tonight to the table.
I'm not really understanding what the.
I think they're saying like your argument tonight doesn't count as evidence, so next time you should bring a better argument than you brought today.
Religion will
And bring your
cause
testicles.
rational people to act insane. So that's what Sam
Hey,
Harris said.
So was it Matt the God?
Yes.
Okay, so same challenge I issued to Godless Engineer. If you want to come to Nashville, I will happily have a face-to-face debate with you. You can talk all the trash you want to me, and I will just destroy you mentally.
Gotcha. Thanks for your super chat from dearest friend Decepticons Forever, who says, quote, conservation of energy, unquote. There is, quote, nothing, unquote. Or sorry, I think I missed a word. They said,
I don't know
quote,
that. Yeah, that wouldn't
conservation of
make
energy,
sense to me.
unquote. There is no, quote, nothing, unquote. So there's
Yeah, I think she's trying to talk about Lawrence Krauss's 12
Yeah,
different types of
by the way, and that would have been a whole thing. I would have had to take at least a minute to probably go into that, and not that it's really essential, but it's kind of like if you're going to be the type of person that needs to indulge in someone's philosophical, unsubstantiated philosophy about a dozen different types of nothing, while he avoids talking about any type of comprehension of any possible somethings. We've just gone off the deep end of any rational conversation anyway. Like that's not how we discuss these things anyway. Okay, you don't get up there and say, well, I imagine that not that I think that it could come from nothing, but if I give it enough different types of nothing, then maybe one of those nothings could potentially create something. Okay, you know what? If you have to devolve to that level of incredible, grotesque, dishonest sophistry, we don't really probably have much to talk about.
I would agree with that. I honestly wonder what percentage of quantum physicists and theoretical physicists, astrophysicists, I wonder how many of them actually take Lawrence Krauss seriously anymore, because he's gotten so out there with his.
Yeah, I heard him make an argument one time, and I forget about which metric to fine tune it. He was attempting to debunk fine tuning, and he's trying to do it the same way all the intelligentsia try to do it. They just need to try and prove that the margins, the variables, don't need to be as narrow as they are. And that's what they're constantly trying to do, because that's what leads them to open up the possibility of, well, maybe by chance it could have happened if they can get the variables wide enough. But the variables are so tiny. So I heard Lawrence Krauss make an argument. He said, well, technically, if you reduce this variable down to 0, then you would have a more inhabitable universe for life, and the problem with that, and I forget which variable he said, but if you adjusted that variable, there's about 24 other variables you would destroy in the process. So like he doesn't even realize on the surface of his own arguments how terrible they are. Anyway, but yeah, ridiculous
or something. I don't want to get into that right now.
Gotcha. Thanks for your super chat. Chimpy Da Silva, appreciate it, said, is it a coincidence that 90% of scientific innovation has come from Abrahamic civilizations?
I don't think so. I mean, when you look at some of the, I've actually contemplated this. When you look at some of the discovery of the most profound elements of the laws and the rules that enable so many of our technologies, they all, not all, but a significant percentage of them came from people who freely admitted in their writings that they were searching for the way in which the divine creator had enabled all these things to happen. I would say Newton being one of them, when you think about his development of calculus and the fact that basically every portion of modern technology that we currently enjoy is dependent upon calculus. That would be a prime example of that's just one of many discoveries of people that were searching for those things. And when you think about the time and the technology and the knowledge they had available to them at the time, the profound nature of their discoveries, I don't know if you were thinking that there is no logical rule-based system created by and patterns to look for by a designer. I don't know if they would have ever made those discoveries.
I think the super chat was directed to our skeptical friend. So
those are good points.
Give them a chance to respond to it, and then we'll go to the next question.
Can you repeat the question, James?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you the same thing.
They said, is it a coincidence that 90% of scientific innovation has come from?
See, and by the way, that was one irritation. James didn't seem to tell us who the questions were for. So I didn't know if I was supposed to take it or you were going to take it or we were taking terms. I didn't quite understand. That kind of threw me off a little bit there.
Yeah, it's weird. That's why when he said that it was for them, I'm like, well, I didn't say anything.
Right.
For a solid 3 seconds. It was dead silence.
Right.
Okay, I'll take it. Whatever.
Right. Well, and I don't think they were ready or wanting to answer it, particularly because it kind of challenged them to well, do you think the Judeo-Christian, system is really so bad type thing,
That question would be a very interesting exposition. Actually, I would think that'd be a fun.
Oh, it would. No. It's a great question.
I was thinking from a bigger picture. I'm just thinking out loud of that would actually be a really interesting debate that would probably not go well in the atheist favor.
Oh no, they would regret that one if they picked it. I promise you. Yeah, no, for sure.
Civilizations.
Raby, you want to take this?
Yeah, so I mean, like, simply because the individual scientists may have believed that a god exists, that does not.
My actual concern is that the next debate with them will be 10 minutes. No, seriously. Like in fact, I don't even think I need an opening. Like in fact, that's how confident I am. In fact, I think I can literally just pull a Steve McRae and I can just let them make their opening and be like, I don't need an opening. Let's get into it. Okay, so you said this, and I think that's pretty much the exact approach I would have to take. And I think it would maybe last 10 minutes before they ran out of points.
Point to the truth of the claim. It does not point to any sort of revelatory acts that, you know, like God revealed the truth behind what they were.
Susan has a little input for you. She says, hey, don't forget Leibniz. He also developed calculus and was a Christian.
That's right. I had forgotten about that. Nice
little point there. Thank you for that, Susan.
Trying to prove, or they're trying to test or demonstrate or whatever. So I mean, it comes across as like a desperate attempt just to kind of shove God in there any way that you can.
Gotcha.
That's my answer to it anyway.
And thanks so much I forgot to mention, new subscribers. I think I might have missed one, so sorry about that if I have, but did see it pop up on the screen. John Horn and Fred Obeng, thanks for subscribing. Stoked to have you as a part of the community. Glad to have you here. And with that, we'll jump into standard questions. Persian, or wait, we'll get to yours, Persian. I had one person who, the name, I forgot to copy and paste the name, but their question though was, let me know if this is your question. Why did God wait 4 billion years, watched countless species go extinct, watch mountains forming from bodies of dead animals, all that suffering just because he wanted one species in his...
See, all that suffering, they always focus on the pessimistic side of it. Why don't they look at it and say, look at all that life, look at all that beauty, look at all that wonderfulness that was there? Just because they weren't there to look at it, it was a waste. I don't understand these people.
Well, if at any point you actually concede the beauty of nature, then you've opened the door to the requirement of a creator. And I mean, why did they wish that all that life never existed, rather than have the chance to live and die and then provide all this wonderful, incredible first world benefits that we enjoy and progress and modernization through fossil fuels and all that? Why is all of that so bad? I don't understand. Well, to be honest, I think a significant portion of the first world modern society has such a... Ooh, Susan just made a good point. She might be right. She says, this sounds like it is a question from a young earth creationist. Oh my gosh, I didn't even pick up on that. She might be spot on. Because you know what? Aren't they the ones that are all about, there can't be animal death before the fall type thing? Aren't they all about that? Well, I mean, I'm a bit of a young YEC myself. Oh, I guess you kind of are. Okay, well, I lean the other side, but that's okay. But isn't that kind of one of your whole things? like, I mean, if you are young earth, isn't that kind of like part of it? Like, you can't have animal death before the fall of man type thing. I mean, here's the thing for me is to me, it doesn't negate one way or the other. It doesn't negate the creator either way. Agreed. No, 100%. The point you're making potentially about fossil fuels and things of that nature, that's all. There's other ways that can be solved as well. But for me, and this is why I so adamantly argue the genetic programming requirement, right, and the nanotech. I'm like, I don't really give a rat's ass if it's 4 billion, 15 billion, 6,000, 10,000, doesn't matter to me. From the ultimate like top level, right?
Right.
I don't care.
Right.
Because either way, there is no way to circumvent the requirement in my mind. There's no way to circumvent it. Period.
Right.
And when you get into the stuff like sidebar, did you know that machine learning and artificial intelligence is directly a result of biocomputation? Like machine learning is structured on biological computation that's happening in our cells and our neural networks, right? It's like that's like freely admitted. You can go on Wikipedia and see that, but it's like clearly it's freely admitted and discussed. It's like a foundational premise of where did machine learning, the concept of machine learning come from?
Okay.
Came from biology, right? I'm like, yeah, like I said, don't give a rat's ass if it's ultimately doesn't affect your belief or disbelief in God or whatever on those things.
Well, no, and I've never had
machine learning going on in our systems that enable us to live.
Absolutely.
I'm good, y'all. Like we can have these. I'm just speaking like rhetorically of like, we can have these debates and back and forth and hey, you think this, I think that. To me, it's not a dividing point.
And by the way,
come on, man. If I'm talking from the atheist perspective, like you guys think this is substantiates your point, your model one way or the other. I'm like, no. Either way, you're toast.
Yeah, agreed. And by the way, I don't have an issue ultimately with anyone believing one way or another. The only issue I end up having is with some of them that do make it a religious component. Like you can't be Christian without believing this perspective, that type of exclusionary type of theology.
Yeah, well, to me, I agree with you on that. And to me, some of that stuff, it's like, yeah, that's like saying someone who is a theistic evolutionist can't be a Christian. I mean, to me, I'm like, no, I believe that it is the belief in Jesus Christ and extrapolate out to the rest of those talking points. And it's like, this is what I believe.
As long as we are aligned on the gospel, I don't think really much else matters, truthfully.
Well, I agree with you 100% on that. And I also think that we were talking about God laughing. I often wonder if God gets a chuckle out of his children.
Oh, God, I hope so.
It's like
it's either that or he's mad, so I hope he's
laughing. You guys are having these like tiff over this when I clearly delineated the only thing that you have to do to have eternal salvation is to believe that Jesus died for your sins, rose from the dead, and ask for forgiveness. Like that's literally all you got to do.
Yep.
And you guys are fighting over this crap. Like, okay. And here's the ultimate thing for me is I actually don't think that in the current finite form in which I live, I don't think I actually have the ability to truly comprehend what the process was and the exact timeline down to the microsecond that the universe came into existence. And I accept that, and I don't have a problem with it.
I am compelled by the microwave background radiation. And by the way, the primary reason I lean towards an old Earth, especially when I talk about it or promote it, or in terms of my beliefs or confidences, is because I do like to align myself closer to scientific conceptions of the universe because I'm not necessarily so stringently tied one side or the other. I can actually, in my personal opinion, allow myself to be libertarianly drawn to where the evidence can support. Now, and I'm just not pressured, but when I make an argument, especially from a cosmological level, it's almost going to have a framework expectation that I'm basing it off of a 14-something billion-year-old universe, or else my computations, which are based upon, the flatness geometry of the universe being at this particular stage in its expansion, all that won't be able to come out if I'm not, at least attributing their perspective baselines. Now, I believe it could be the other way just as well. In fact, even your whole point about time dilation that we had today, and that whole talk we had today about that, very, very feasible, especially when we talk about how time is relative to matter. So I'm completely on board with you there, and I see it could be the other way. But especially when it comes to doing these debates with the atheists, I allow my belief metric to lean more towards what they also accept.
No, and I get that, and that's why in debates I usually say I'm not arguing, especially if it's like intelligent design, origin of life, stuff like that. I'm like, I'm not even arguing that with you.
Right.
I'm arguing because, like I said, as I mentioned a minute ago, I don't really care. 14 billion, 13.7, 6.4, 4.5,
Right.
whatever you want to argue, right? It's like, it doesn't change the premise that, and I said it in our debate tonight, right? Or earlier today, I don't care. I mean, I am arguing that it's neither logical, plausible, or probable that this could happen without the undirected process.
Right.
But I'm taking it a step further and saying, I don't care how much time you have. It's still impossible.
Exactly.
So it's irrelevant to whether or not there is evidence for God's existence.
Exactly. Yeah, I completely agree with you.
By the way, there's a very interesting book on what was the guy that created that? Anyway, I think it's called, title is Variable Speed of Light, and the so I'm sure I assume you probably know about the whole like Planck time problem, or the time right after Planck time that
all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so did you know
the exact state of the universe and its early expansion, all that? Yeah, that stuff's actually it gets really freaking complex. I've only poured into it a little bit.
So this guy is actually the Imperial College in London. He and another guy, this is like probably 15 years ago.
Right.
They did a pretty detailed theory that they built over like 3 or 4 years. Like, he did it in secret so they wouldn't get ostracized for presenting it. And their model solved the mathematical problems if there's a variable speed of light, and they were actually computated. Yeah. And like, okay, so the single biggest problem we have in this is completely solved with this. And of course it got mild review, and then they eventually they didn't drop it, but they moved on to other stuff. But
right,
I wrote a book on it, and I read the book, and it was very, very interesting of how it, and he broke down in great detail, like, this is how it solves the exact one of the single greatest issues we have with the Big Bang Theory, right? Is this, and here's how we solve it. This solves it perfectly. But the universal constants, and here's one of my thoughts on the adamant finite speed of C, right? Think about this for uno momento. If things like
hold on one sec. Quick segue. Susan has a question. At Smoky Saint John, do you believe in anisotropy of light?
Uno momento. Let me Google that. I may know.
Yeah, that word is not familiar to me either. I'm sorry, Susan. That one caught me off too.
Hang on, let me Google it. I may know what it is and just not be associating.
Right. It also might just be really late and we've had a long day.
Yeah, I'm typing into Google right now. Can you spell that for me?
Yeah, ANISOTROPY. Anisotropy. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Anisotropy.
Crystals are
That's actually a word I haven't heard before. Or if I have, I'm not recognizing.
The property of being directionally dependent, which implies yes. Yes, to answer your question. For example, on that, like, we actually don't know what the one-way speed of light is. We only know what the refracted speed is. And it is because of relativity. It is literally impossible for us to actually measure the one-way speed. And so when you think about that, it's like, and you remember we were talking about earlier the other day of the measurement problem, how the measurement applies in our relativity applies to things, right? So it's like, okay, if we don't actually know the one-way speed, we can only measure the refracted speed, which means that the measurement has occurred. So it is now subject to our relativity.
Right. So how could we possibly even be measuring it correctly, right?
Right. So then this takes me to the next step, which is, why is the 186,000 miles per second so adamantly and dogmatically argued, even though things like the variable speed of light theory that was presented by that gentleman I was referring to solves one of the major problems? It was dismissed.
That's a good question.
And you take this back to, okay, if the speed of light is only finite from our relativity, then the dogmatic argument of the 13.7 billion year old Earth, argued by the distant starlight problem, vanishes. And then you now no longer have your supposedly proven beyond all doubt time window that's required for the Darwinian explanation for our existence to have any. It no longer has a foundation.
Right.
And something that really struck me, this was actually last year. I was doing some side business down in actually where I went to college, which is Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And while I was down there, I went and I invited myself to have a conversation with this astrophysicist.
Right.
And we have a different conversation about different things. And I didn't know this, but he told me, which blew my mind when I was learning this. Did you know that up until about I think it was 2012 or 2013, we actually didn't have the ability to see more than about 6,000 light years from Earth?
Oh yeah.
And then I think they're up to 12,000 or something now with some new satellites that went up and whatnot. And I was like, wait a minute. So we actually don't see as far as we claim. And so we're actually making extrapolations, right?
She says here, Susan says, Hugh Ross told me himself about the nova that was spotted, and months later, due to gravitational lensing, spotted in several other spots, and this defeats anisotropy of light, is what she says. That might need some more looking into.
I don't know about that, because the light is still relative to our measurement. So it's our relativity.
Oh, right. I think that's what I caught you were saying.
So it doesn't matter if so light is in the superposition state until it's in the wave state, right? Until it collapses into a photon.
Okay.
That is a fact.
Right.
So, but what causes the collapse? It's the measurement.
Right.
That's what causes the collapse of the wave function. That's just it. That's one of the reasons that the double slit experiment and all of it, the implications of it is so, and it's important and a significant question, right? Of if that is true, that the measurement problem applies, then it takes the whole premise of special relativity to a whole nother level. And it's not that from our relative perspective, this is what occurred. It's that it did. Okay, so in the oh crap.
She says, but it isn't instantaneous. That is the point. I think I'm not quite grabbing what even the kind of the contention is here on this.
No, okay, so you're from our relativity, it isn't instantaneous. That doesn't mean that it isn't actually instantaneous.
Okay, that's your point. And
it can be both. It can be both finite and infinite simultaneously.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is the point?
Okay.
And that's how the all of the ratios, right, that are required between C and the other constants, right, are maintained. Is that it's not that in terms of the physical world that those constants aren't absolutely true. They're 100% true.
Right.
It's that the light isn't, until it's collapsed, those things don't apply because it is immaterial. And this is where things like the like Heisenberg's uncertainty principle and the Schrodinger's cat come
Right.
into play, right? So what they're now starting to freely state, and I'm talking within the last couple of years, we think about Schrodinger's cat as the cat being both dead and alive, right? It's in the two
Right.
different boxes. What they're now coming to the realization of with the what's the quantum waves and all that stuff is that it's not that it's in one box or the other. It's in neither until the measurement.
Interesting.
And when you think about that, at least to me, when you think about it, it's not in either. It's not that it's in both. It's
Right.
in neither until
Yeah.
we take that action. And then that
Interesting.
time, literally, and this is where some of the more advanced, like I'll send you a link to that article I quoted from on the QM stuff, is if you go and read some of those papers, when they've gotten into like double and triple delays and all that stuff, and they're literally in their papers, they talk about how time rewrote itself.
Astounding.
And which is the point I'm making in the context of light. It's like,
Right.
okay, so we're being able to clear in experiments. We're literally observing things like time reversing itself to account for what happened at the measurement. And
Wow.
so I'm saying if we're doing that in the lab
Right.
with light,
Right.
and it rewrites its pathway to account for what happened post collapse,
Mm-hmm.
why is the same logic not applicable to light coming from anywhere? And the point I would be making is that it is.
That makes sense.
And then it would solve a lot of the issues. And now suddenly, if we're extrapolating this out, why would time be applying to light at all until the collapse from the measurement of the conscious observer and the special relativity that applies to that observer?
Because we're tied to the matter, and matter is
Right.
relative to the
And-
time. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then when you think about it from, like, we freely accept that if we're flying in a plane, time is going slower. If you look at the effect on genetics, for example, people that are orbiting the Earth, for example, up in the International Space Station,
Mhm.
they literally genetically age slower than their twins. There's actually a study,
Right.
like they literally age slower.
Right.
And it's like, so we're freely admitting and agreeing and accepting that this is happening on a micro level.
Clearly, matter is being effective relatively to time based upon its position in the universe. Clearly, I mean, even in
That
small.
speed and position. There's also the aspect of, and she was mentioning gravitational lensing. It's like, yeah, we also don't actually know the true effect of gravity and time.
Right.
We actually don't know that. We have
Right.
theories and suppositions about it and observations and stuff. But if the point I'm making about those observations are subject to our relativity and the measurement problem and the
Right.
conscious observer,
Right.
then of course we're going to reach that conclusion
Mm.
from our relative position.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think I get exactly where and it makes sense. I mean, I get what you're saying. I think it does make sense to me. It does. We have a tendency to, and I think even what I've noticed the flat earthers do this is they don't have the ability to grasp relativity.
Yeah.
Like they don't understand how you can have relative positioning and relative interpretation of data or relative measurements. Like none of it ever connects to them. So like they have to make everything flat and stationary and stagnant, and they have to come up with all these weird ideas to justify their perception of the world, of what they think it would have to be, because they can't wrap their heads around the more complex type of subjects, that things cannot possibly be experienced the same way in different places. And it's really is interesting, and it is interesting to look at. I don't know enough about the light component of that. I should probably look into it more. This is all new to me tonight, so outstanding.
And one of the things I've just as a sidebar when I was going into the top, but like this was something I was reading recently of this is from this year.
Right.
Does time really flow? New clues come from a century-old approach to math. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, the laws of physics imply that the passage of time is an illusion.
Oh, I've heard that before. In fact, I've heard several.
There's multiple
talk
quantum
about
physicists
that.
that have come out with theories over the last several years,
Yeah.
putting forward the premise that time is an illusion.
Oh,
and
yeah.
And to me, that's why I say in the context of the other stuff that we're talking about, I'm like,
well, and what I've
if the atheist quantum theoretical physicists are putting forth the premise that time is an illusion, and we're over here, I'm just rhetorically,
right? No,
we're over here on this side, like arguing over this. I'm like, they're admitting that it's an illusion, and we might not actually know what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, yeah, and in a sense, I've heard them describe it like we may not be able to actually like perceive time the same way, like as other people. We kind of think we do, but there could be variations, like the way that we experience time could be an illusion, or it could be a just a perception of what time actually is in the universe. Like the way we see it isn't the way it's actually operating and existing in the universe. It's just the way that our perception is tied to it, you know, that type thing.
Right. Yeah, this whole topic.
But and when I say our perception, I mean the perception of the matter that is tied to it. I should be
completely. To me, this is one of those deals of like, even
this gets really complex when you start trying to parse it.
Well, I agree, and here's the thing for me. I'm like, as humans, to me, it's almost the borderline epitome of arrogance to think that we actually understand time.
Right.
Like, we don't even understand how we truly understand how we exist.
Right.
And then we take these extraordinarily dogmatic positions on stuff that is even more complicated than biology.
Right.
And it's like, okay, so we have something that literally is immaterial, and we have absolutely no way of, other than, okay, we can kind of measure it. That's about it. Like, what else can we actually say about time? Not that much.
Not that much.
Things that we observe, we don't know why it is, right? Like the relatively recent, cool, we finally been able to measure gravity waves, or not measure, detect gravity wave and all that stuff. I'm like, so we make all of these arguments about things that we just now can kind of sort of detect.
Maybe, possibly, yeah, exactly.
Anybody that disagrees with my position is out to lunch. It's like, this is what really cracks me up about some of those things that over the years I've followed this stuff. It's like I can think of so many different publications of new theories in my relatively short period of life. When you look at history, it's like, okay, so not that long ago, this was 100% proven beyond all doubt.
Right.
Fast forward 5 years, complete opposite has been found to be true.
Yeah.
New 100% true dogma 10 years later, 100% wrong, or 80% wrong. It's like, come on, like, what are we doing?
And they do yet have perfect faith and belief that it's true, while it is believed to be true through the consensus of the authorities that they trust. And that was the failure to me of Michael tonight. He wants to tell me what I'm supposed to know, what I'm supposed to believe, that we are all monkeys. And the moment I start questioning about how we come to that classification and conclusion, I'm not a scientist, so I don't really know.
Right.
Like, you can't even make this stuff up. Like, seriously.
Yeah, it's
But he wants to come back, and he wants to he wants to do it again. And I guess maybe possibly in a couple weeks, is that what they were talking about? Because I don't care. I mean, I'll do it whenever.
I would imagine so. Yeah, we'll just have to reach out.
All right. Well, that's that. Yeah. Hey, I'm all for it, and they can come on, and we'll do what we did last time, and we'll play off of each other, and it'll be a completely different topic, and none of the little atheist trolls will be able to say that we ran away.
That's very true. That is very true.
Beautiful. Well, my goodness, sir. Well, I think we took it to 4.5 hours, and it's past midnight for you. God, what's 1 o'clock in the morning for you? Geez, I'm about ready to make myself a coffee.
Yeah, man, I enjoy this very much. It was fun.
Oh, dude, no, me too. And by the way, for 4.5 hours, this was the easiest stream I've ever done. Seriously. Like, I loved all the information. I loved taking it apart. I loved seeing our performance and laying it out there. And this was really, really cool. Thank you for showing up, man. Seriously. And giving all your input and just being so friendly with me and talking with me and helping me prepare. And this was actually a wonderful positive experience all the way around, and you're a big part of it. So seriously, thank you, man. I appreciate
your kind words. I enjoyed it very much and had fun, and I'm looking forward to doing it again soon.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, brother. Well, you take care. You have a good night and sleep
You too,
well.
man. Same to you.
Awesome. Take care, man. Okay, folks. Well, we're gonna cut it off there tonight, and I want to thank our mod Susan for coming in. Cactus Head stopped in for a bit. He was checking in on us. I know we had a few other visitors and new subscribers, which I was happy about. Picked up a few new subscribers today after the debate, so that was a nice thing to see. So this was a good day. This was a great day. It was a long day. I am tired, but I think I need to go see about getting myself some sort of snack and then settling in for the evening. So thanks to everyone that came by and stuck through it. It was a long stream, but I really enjoyed it. It was a great talk. Thanks for John. Thanks to John Maddox, my partner, for coming in and going through it and doing more talks with me and going through some of this stuff. And Susan, thank you again for your interesting little points in there, here and there, to add to the conversation. Really appreciate that as well. Okay. Well, thank you so much, folks. Please take care of yourselves. Have a great night. Be safe, be well, and God bless.